please feel free to copy. We learn about links. Okay. Good. What else? Who wants to try? What else? We did tax. Yes, we made mention of it. And so we say we have two types of tax. Well, what are they? Yeah, self-closing and opening. So let's quickly run through the links. So, and what did we say this was? Comment. And what is it used for? So recap, and here this is going to be what? Links. We talked about how many types of lists do we have? 6 types of lists. You are lying. How many types of lists? Yes. 3. Yeah. What are they? Yes. Good. So we could say, okay, so we can say H1, and then we can say navigation. Then here, we come here, right? And then I'll say UL. And inside the LI, because we want a link, you have what? A, and then we can have home, right? We could have, so we could have about, we could have services, we could have something like what? Contact, right? So we could have index. So I've not created it yet, but you can still put some things in there. So let me also come here, create about.html. So please, those online, kindly join us. We are running through everything. So you can see, yeah, okay, Roxanne is answering. Roxanne, are you joining us physically today? I hope you join us physically.
Please, sorry, I'll be coming in tomorrow.
You're coming in tomorrow. All right.
Yes, please. It's all right.
Okay. So we have so about, and then we can also write something in each one, and then we can have about here. Okay. But then let's come back and put our. We can have dot slash, or we can just say about. What does it mean to say dot slash? Hello guys, you've learned. It means that yesterday you really got the stuff. When you went home yesterday, you practiced too. Some of you guys we are at the top. So yeah. Oh, okay. Hudson is joining us. So we have services for HTML, and that one to HTML and blog. So we can have services. And then in here we can say H1 services, right? So here we are going to have services. And then I can create another one here with contact. That is HTML, right? And then that one too becomes HTML and this and that. And then, so we could have H1 and we call it what? Contact. So I said services instead of contact. See it. But then now it is here, so here is supposed to be home. And remember that beneath home, we are having the contact, we need to fill it here. So now all I'll do is that I have to copy this navigation and paste it on each of each of the web pages, so that then now we have the web pages being connected. Does it make sense? I hope no one is confused at this time. Great. Then all I'll do is to maybe visit and review, open up. So opening up, and we open up, and we have this. So I'm going to share the screen, and you should see this. So we have home, right? And I can move to about. So you can see that about has its own navigation, right? You can have services. Services also have its own navigation. Go to contact. Contact has, and from contact we can come to about to see. So now we have actually linked our web page, and that is our website now. Makes sense? Any question? No confusion, right? Good. I guess you are excited within your soul. You are like, finally, this doesn't appear strange anymore. Hudson, you good? Great. And we talked about headings, right? So we say how many types of headings do we have? So we have H1, right? And we have all up to what? Heading 6, isn't it? So forget about the shortcut. As you move along, you will get there. All right. So for now, our focus is just to get the heading right. Now, before I continue, I would like to introduce you to another plugin for VS Code. You see that normally what happens is that we need to finish, either we save and then we will go to the browser and do what we need to do. Now, you see this icon here. This icon is the extensions. Click on extensions. Click on extensions, and over here, these are plugins that you can add up to the VS Code to make it very powerful. Makes sense? It's like the more when you were a kid, you were doing kiddie stuff. Now as you go, you get other plugins into your body. Jeff is having a plugin, spectacles. All right? Yes, maybe you get Nike shoes. You get certain things that really, or you even get a degree. These are additional stuff you add to yourself to become, very, very powerful, isn't it? So the text editor might be very, very simplistic, but as you add plugins, extensions, and stuff now, then it becomes, ogbolo, right? Good. So at the extension side, I want you to search for live server. And the first one by Ritwick Day. This is the very one. Please install it. I've already installed mine. Yeah, live server. Yeah, you should be on the internet. So you should be on the internet. So live server by Ritwick Day. Remember, whilst you guys connected, I can go ahead and talk about stuff. So remember that yesterday we talked about the web and the internet. You remember that? And we said that when we are done, we actually have to deploy our website, isn't it? The website will have to be on someone's machine. That machine would have to allow for request and what? Request and any machine that allows request and response is also what? That one. Is what? Oh, he doesn't want to say it. It's what? Confidence. Any machine that allows request and response is able to receive. It's a server. Good. You are not confident to say it. You get it? It's a server. And so, meaning that, can I say that my phone can be a server? Good. I really want this part to be ingrained in your mind so that you don't think that servers are things that are outside your domain. They are everywhere. Any digital device that, so let's say you build a board, right? And the board, like you think about Arduino board or Raspberry Pi board, and we want to do something like IoT. I'm sure some of you have heard of IoT, Internet of Things, whereby, let's say, we connect that IoT device to our air condition here, and we would like to operate on this air condition remotely at different places, but through the internet. Now, that IoT device now is acting as a good because it's going to receive requests, process it, and give us response. Are you getting it? So you must have a very fundamental understanding of survival. When you have this understanding, no one concept, and you can really you understand it. Makes sense? Good. So now we want to also mimic that server environment using this plugin. So then that means that now our connected set of pages are going to be channeled through. So it's like you have an internal server that is running on which our files are on, just like it's going to appear like you are online. Makes sense? And this is the modern way of building applications. You don't build applications like just running the file. You run them, and on Saturday, God willing, when we talk about a bit of Node.js, I'm sure you've heard of Node.js. We look a bit of it. It's not here yet. So don't worry. Saturday, those online, I beg you, come. I'm begging you literally. Come physical. Come physical. So you realize that we look at how these servers are operating. And by doing that on Monday, we are doing the premium, we understand how React and Next.js. Makes sense? So servers are very important for one thing. Apart from the requesters, because of that, they enable us to communicate. It's all about communication between different systems. So you can have a server, an intermediary server, that is communicating with another database, right? And that same server is also communicating with a front end. Makes sense? So the server becomes like a channel, taking information, taking it to the database, bringing it back. And it's a server we are going to mimic here. And so the light extension enables us to create this kind of, how do you call it? Virtual server. Good. Okay, a server that we can play with. Listen, have you installed it? Great. Okay, so now that you've installed it, okay, now we close it. You see, say I have eyes. Or say I have eyes. I have eyes, but I'm not seeing. Let me teach you how to see. Okay, so you installed it. Look down here. So open the index bar and look there. You see go live. You see go live. You installed it correctly. You should see go live at the bottom. The blue bar there. You see go live. Go live. Go live. Next to the HTML. Go live. Oh yeah. Yes. Go live. Are you seeing go live? Go live. Go live. Good morning. Yeah. Okay. So click on go live. But before you click on it, ensure that you are on the index page. Index page first. Click on go live. You see it will indicate starting, and then now we see that it has started. It will open the browser for you, and you should see this. You should see this. Are you seeing it? Listen. Are you seeing it? Hudson, you seeing it? Great. Your name again? Yes. Yes. Are you seeing it? It's still installing. Don't be lagging behind though. Don't be lagging behind. Prince, you've seen it. Jeff, those online, please confirm if you've seen it. Confirm. Those online, please confirm. We are also on YouTube, so let me see the YouTube. Copy this link. The YouTube, I do not know how I can that. How do I do that? But I've made you a co-host in the Zoom, so I'm going to paste the YouTube link in there. Please copy it, share it with me on WhatsApp. All right, so kindly share it with me on WhatsApp. Please confirm if you have. Yes. There's the link. So you can see that when you have done this, you get live server. A server is started at the port of what? 5,500. Now, let me save the matter of ports for tomorrow, because tomorrow I want to see people physically too, God willing. All right, and we need to understand things well. And my desire is, you see, if you don't understand stuff, you can't have mastery. And anything you don't have, so you need to really understand, deconstruct things in such a way that when you are there, and God says, today, no one is teaching this, I want you to resurrect someone, force you home and teach it. You understand it? Good. So we did that. Are you done? So, okay. But then please continue with someone who has gotten this. So back. So now we can close these now. Yes. Good. So you see something at the top, the URL now is no more referencing your system path. Are you seeing it? It's now what? 127.0.0.1 with a port of what? 5,500. Recap. You see it. So now it is serving. It is what? It is. Let's say it is serving. It is what? It is what? So now embedded inside the yes, embedded inside the VS Code, which is now what? Serving your files. So it's as if like it is hiding wherever your files are, and it's saying that now your files is on the internet. It's appearing on the internet. But actually, 127.0.0.1 is what we call the local host. It's called what? It's called what? It is 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 called what? Great. So, once again, the 127.0, this part, I want you to really understand, because when we take up, God willing, on Monday, no one is explaining matters about service. I have the mindset that you really understand what we are doing. Make sense? Great. So 127.0.0.1 is an IP address. But that IP address, you see, the internet, yesterday, we talked about so I need a marker so that I can put in certain things for you. But think about it. When it comes to matters about the internet, yesterday we talked about resources, URL, right? Now we said that every URL is what unique. Good. Now, you may have heard of domain names, right? Now, almost every URL is bound to some sort of domain name somewhere. Okay. Now, that domain name behind the scenes is an IP address. Now, you see, we are human beings, and IP addresses could be 168.121.171.111. You see, these are threes or four-digit numbers separated with dots, right? These IP addresses are unique, but you see, you and I can't keep all these numbers in our mind. So, like, for example, if you Google's, so if I say Google.com IP address, you see, Google. If I say Google IP address, what do you see? You see that it gives us, thank you very much. It gives us some sort of what? Numbers. Are you seeing it? And those online, I hope you are with us. I think someone else. Yeah, okay, good. So there is what? 8.8.8.8.8, and see that 8.8.8 is what? Is Google's, let's look at something, I don't know, 8.8.8.8. You see it? It takes us to Google. You just realize it. So behind the scenes, every domain name, please, right? We are in motion. We are in what? Great. So behind the scenes, every domain name has an IP address. So if I say Facebook, we are going to get what? It says what? I don't know. It says 15724. Let me put it in there. So it says from 2, let's see. Yeah, great. They are all come. Yeah. So I'm trying to, yeah, it's trying to fetch it. It's trying to fetch that very specific website because we don't normally go through that site, right? So every now I think I can see one address here. Let me open this and see if you can get the exact IP address. Yeah, let me see if this can lead us to Facebook. So all I'm trying to tell you is that every website that you know of is having what? It's having what? So I want you guys to be confident. I don't want you to, one day in life, you are somewhere working and you need to confidently, you should be sure you get it. So every website has what? Some sort of IP address. Every website. Every website has an IP address. And so gimpa.edu.gh has an IP address. But then why don't we visit this IP address with the numbers? It's because you and I, we cannot keep them in our minds. And so companies, DNS companies, would then match. You know, when we were kids, we learned about mapping, right? Good. So you would have to buy a name and they will assign. Hello? Yeah, so you see that web development is not just about coding. There are also other things that you need to really be aware of. How things get onto the website is not just about, I just know how to code. No, you need to know this. This is critical. So you want to buy explore.com. Okay, so explore.com, we need to match it up with what? An IP address. So your customers don't need to have 68.this, that they cannot do. But your customers can easily remember what? Explore.com. Make sense? You have a question? Good. Your name? Daniel, yes. What? Oh, maybe then in that case, that is some sort of temporal system they built to generate those IP addresses. Understand that the IP addresses are all about, it's like, it's the gateway to a particular server or a particular site. Let me put it that way. The gateway to a particular site. Now, let me talk a bit about the ports. The ports are actually, so If let's say the IP addresses are the gateway to the website itself, the port is the gateway to the server itself. So on your machine, there are a lot of ports. Now, see, think about this carefully. There are ports that we know, okay, USB ports, isn't it? And what are they? They are entry points that allow your USB dongle to connect. So the port enables us to connect to the actual machine. Hello? Hello? No coding, thinking. Right now it's thinking session. The port enable us to connect to what? To the machine. So we have a port like 8080, right? Like in this case, we have a port like what? 550. But behind the scenes, so yesterday, no longer by the board, you can't hear me. You have to. So what? We have port like 443. All right? This will signify maybe this yes. So behind the scenes, when we type maybe www, this guy is there, but you wouldn't see because of some gymnastics they do on the URL. You wouldn't see. Make sense? Make sense? So on your machine, we can create other ports, like what the live server did, created its own port. You see, so we can create so many ports, but some ports can be occupied. So for example, if you are using, let's say, Skype, back in the day, if you install Skype on it, Skype will be using a particular web port, maybe 8080. Then now you want to install a server like XAMPP. We look at XAMPP sometimes. So like XAMPP. Now XAMPP is also probably going to use what? 8080. So that means the port, two systems cannot use the same port. So it will tell you that this port is occupied, it's taken. So you need to create a new port. Make sense? But then when it comes to the server, that is for the web online, the ports are there. We know, okay, let's say if we say port, it tells you everything needs to be HTTPS. So all HTTPS serving websites are hidden behind the port number what? Port number what? Port number what? Good. So if right now we say port 8080, TCP, UDP protocols. So generic internet, like HTTP, not with the S, is 8080. So once again, in explaining the port, think of it like this is a house, right? Now, to get into this house, there are so many doors or windows, and each window has a number. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me? Now, each window has a number. The numbers are the ports. So, someone can say, okay, I want to communicate with probably, let's say, videos, streaming, video streaming. Video streaming is not going to be 88. That's a different window. It's a different capability of the machine that we are going to tackle. So we are not going to use what? 8080. But if we are going to deal with what? The web part of the machine, which deals with web servers and stuff, then we will need 8080. Make sense? So there are different windows, and so we will need a different window. Make sense? But once we expose, let's say we built our own server, it's exposed online, then we stick with the standard 8080 for normal HTTP, 443 for one. Okay. So if we are in a networking class, that's why I always say cybersecurity, learning networking, web development is critical. It really opens your mind to the whole computer stuff. You get it? So Those who are doing networking proper would understand port numbers. You get it? You understand? So the IP address that you see, maybe we are entering into the house 288. The IP address will be a particular room in that house. That will be your website. Make sense? Hello? The IP address. So you go online. So right now we finished building our website. What do you want to do? You want the world to see your website. So you go to someone's house. Someone has a house in California. They say, you know, the house seems to have a lot of people in there. I also want to get a room in the house. Or maybe I want to get a bed in your house. So, okay. Well, if you need a bed in my house, you need to have a name on the bed so that people want to use your bed. Hello? Okay. So what name do you want? You say, I want Jeff.com. So Jeff.com, oh, there's another guy here who already has your bed. I can't do it. Okay, then what name? What's your surname? Insian, okay. Well, Insian.com, okay, Insian.com is also not available, but Insian.org is available. You want it? So I want, okay, since you want, then I can give you a number for it. Then they give you a very unique number, attach it to Insian.com. And now, anyone who wants to visit Insian's bed in the California room would go through the port for rate and Insian has also paid for this video. That's the certificate. Then you will go through for port. Then you will hit what? Insian.com. Make sense? Hello? Yeah. Yes, that's where you can find Insian.com. That's where you find the resources, find Insian's best. You see, but if Insian.org is maybe after, so I can't remember, you are paid. So the person is giving you some, let's say, a period, is renting it for you. If the person is renting it for you, and after, let's say, 1 year, you rented it for 1 year. That means after 1 year, you need to pay. Isn't it? So if you don't pay, I'll send you an email. You've been here for 1 year, you are not paying. If you are not paying, then they will warn you, then after a while, they'll take you off. So the next time Hudson wants to go to Insian.com, you get the resource not available. When they will tell you, you see this 404, resource not available. Yeah, it's on. It's on. So I've made him a co-host. Please join, then I'll also make you a co-host. Then you can moderate. I'll leave it. Okay. Yeah, please, questions. Questions. That one I think a lot. So if I say port a computer, So port numbers identify a particular application or service. So here in this class, we are looking at what service? The web service. So there will be a list. So you see, it says the port number is from 1 to what? And so if I build a particular service, I can assign a unique port to it. So let's say you install something like, relax the temperature for me in the class. So let's say if you have installed, or I'm sure some of you have heard of MongoDB. Mongo. Okay, let's forget. Let's say right now we've learned here. So let's say we've learned electronics, and we built our own system. Assume we build a system, and we think that this system can really work with a computer. But to work with a computer, we need a port. We can generate our own port, but we must make sure that that port is not being used by any other system in the computer. Yeah, so they give you a period. We call it grace period. So that grace period that is given to you, if you don't pay, they will pack the domain. They call it domain pack. It's packed. It's like a car has been packed. It's there, but we are waiting for you to come and pay. That could be like 30 days. But that 30 days, the domain is not active. It is packed. Waiting that either the owner will come back for it or he or she won't come back for it. If you don't come back for it in the 30 days, now they release the domain. No, now they are not auctioning. So we'll get to auction. They will release it. Now the domain becomes available. So if let's say Daniel now says, I also want Insignia.org, he can buy because he's going to see it there. You get it? But then, so he made mention of something like auction. Now, this is what some people make money from. So, a good way to make money. What happens is that maybe you are the type of guy that you have some dollars, you have good money, but then you're also very good with names. So maybe you get online and then you have heard of maybe you were searching on maybe one of the domain registries like GoDaddy or Bluehost. There are a lot of domain registries. So then you're like, oh, I want to see, I have two names, Hole.com. Hole.com, and it's not available, of course, it's not. So let's do it right now, since we are already ready. So GoDaddy. Is that? Yeah, no. As for the website, this is what you are doing here. You are the one. So the website. So there is domain buying. There is hosting. They are two separate things. Yesterday, remember I told you about what the browser being able to store. Servers are machines that also what they have sometimes some servers have storage systems. So the website itself, we will store it on the hard drive. So you see, we would push the entire file, the files we coded, to that web server. That web server would have a hard drive behind the scenes. And so then, like the way live server is serving the file, it will serve it through. That's what is happening. Makes sense. So here, maybe I come here and I say maybe week.com. If I see you will see it's not available, right? Because someone has bought it. And if I want to get it, I can probably go through what they call a broker service. And that broker service, I'm going to get it. Does it make sense? So if maybe you say, oh, I want Facebook, yeah, you are feeling like Mark Zuckerberg. You can get it. It's bought. Are you getting it? But maybe if you go through, so there is Facebook Pro.world. Maybe you want to do the pro version of Facebook, you can do it. Makes sense? But see, behind the scenes, once you buy it, they will assign an IP address. This is just a name. But they will assign what? They will assign what? An IP address. That IP address, that one, it's not all of us that can even remember that. You see, so the names become human-friendly names that we can easily recollect. Imagine that to go to Snapchat or to go to TikTok or to go to Facebook, you have to always look for 66.9.5.3. So I went to 18.2.4.1. What does it even mean? Yes. But then we can say, oh, I went to Facebook. I'm on Twitter. I'm on X. So that's it. Make sense? Great. So I get that now we can say that we are now having an internal server. And we are serving our files through what? 127. And what did I say? 127.not.1. What is the name for it? Pardon? Oh, confidence, yes? No, 127.0.0.1. What is it? Localhost. So local hosts. All right. Good. So you see, with this now, I can still be moving through the website and it still works. But now we are on a simple server. Make sense? And this is not all. One of the benefits of getting the live server is that now, if I come to, let's say, home, and no, let me say, yeah, if I come to home and I see paragraph and I see Lauren 20, once it's saved, I go back to home and you see it is there. Maybe it was because in this case I have come back again. But let's go to, let's say, about. No, let's go to the other home. I'm coming. And let's say H2 hello. If I get back, you realize that without refreshing, it's already updated. That is the advantage of using the live server. That is, it means it's what? It's live. Yeah, so it automatically refreshes the page for you, or it updates the page for you. Are we okay? So we did this yesterday. Today we've learned some new stuff within a short period of time. The class gets very intense quickly. And channel our shit. Yeah, but let's go on with it. Okay. So today, any question? Are we okay? Question. Ask questions. Ask, and you shall receive. Matthew 7:7. Yes, you have a question. So there are proxy IP addresses. There are IP addresses that can overshadow other IP addresses. So if, let's say, you are a hacker, no, I'm saying if, let's say, you are a hacker and you are hacking into, let's say, bank of X. Now, that bank you are hacking into, you realize that we can track you. You see, right now, once you go, the internet is here, and the internet is a very open space. And once you go onto the internet, you can read a lot about the request coming in. Now, Saturday, Node.js, you see that you can read that, okay, there are the requests. Remember, I said internet you operate on request and what? Request and good. So every request that in the internet, another key term is that it is stateless. Say it is stateless. You don't keep anything in that request as in once the transaction is done, you can use it. You get it? That's how the server operates. Once the transaction goes through, so I requested for something, maybe search for something, it goes, it terminates. Then the response comes. So that transaction, we are done. What is the next thing? Go, come, cut. Go, come, cut. So, that, oh no, for logs is a different story. But what I mean is that when you request and you get your response, the conversation ends. You need to, so anytime you are issuing, you are sending another request. But then someone should be asking a very important question. If this is what the internet is facing, I'm going to ask you that question. Then how come we are able to have something like, let's say, we're able to stream videos, or we're able to have Snapchat, live chat? Are they also not using the internet? It's a section. Yes. Okay. This one I'll ask you to. Yes. Exactly. They are using a very different protocol. So videos, audios, those are whole different domains. But then what about still using the web, but you want to build real-time applications? Then what do you do? What kind of protocol? Cannot do that. We have to change the protocol, right? So yeah, that's advanced web programming. So we realize that one we have to control the server in such a way that the server can give us events. You see, and that is when that are coming based on it will also work. So that's why we can be talking about subscription models within service, all right? Right? But at least now you should know that the internet operates in what? A stateless transaction. So when you maybe search for Gmail, it goes, it comes, and you are back. It's like I said, you are back offline. You get it. So you make another request, boom boom, you are done. Boom boom, you are done. Then at some point, you would like that you have a live connection. So like you are on your machine and you get a notification like, oh, you've got a Gmail, a new email has popped. Yeah, then that means now we are dealing with your real-time events. And that is a different story. Makes sense? Yeah. So we back to what the guy asked about, having IP addresses that might be temporal or multiple, is that not so? And I was talking about the hacking issue. That see, what happens is that you could have an IP address, one, and then we can hash this IP address with several IP addresses. Now, when, and I was talking about this example, the request that you make, okay, this request comes with headers. We call them what? Say headers. Headers. So it's like a note. It's like a note. Think that one, like a note. Now think of a notepad like this. And the notepad has some information at the heading section. Then there is what? A body. You get it? So the headers would be, well, what is the user able? What system is the user using to make this request? We need to know. You get it? Good. We could even ask, what is the IP address of the user? Are you coming from Ghana? And based on the IP address, you know you are coming from Ghana. That's why the website you go there, no matter what you do, they will still be able to say you are a Ghanaian, your machine is in Ghana. Now, this is where the VPN matters come in. They kind of like release an IP address that makes you appear that you are in Belgium, as you are in Ghana. So Netflix, for example, Netflix, Amazon Prime, when you go to their site from Ghana, the movies you are watching are, you watch Avatar. Yeah, you watch the movies. But then if you are in US, the movies you see on the same Netflix is a whole different thing. Those are the movies. But once you watch here, yes, that one, they are blockbuster movies. You see, now what is happening is that it doesn't mean they are having separate. It's the same. The movie is in there. It's there. Even in Ghana, you can still access, but you can only access it if you have a VPN. Why? The VPN would patch or kind of like hide your IP address. Now your IP address appears that you are in UK. And so if you are in UK and it appears that you are in UK, so you are fooling the Netflix server that, hey guys, this guy is coming from UK. So since he's coming from UK, then I need to see top-notch movies. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? So if they get a friend that hey, the guy is coming from Ghana, let's see here. Get back to Ghana movies. Watch Akintomi and Akipopo. Yeah, those are the movies that you watch. Make sense? So even some courses that you might be doing, you visit some of their websites, they'll tell that, oh, we detected that you're from Ghana to get a discount. You see? Yeah. So there's a lot you can do just by doing this aspect, this paragraph. So in that case, then we can have a lot of what IP addresses that hide the real IP address. And hackers do this a lot. Hackers can generate about 1,000 IP addresses and they constantly will change it. So if let's say I'm hacking into a bank, now the bank security guys are having the system to be able to check that okay, this guy is trying to hack. So what do they do after that? If the guy was successful, we like to track and trace where that guy is coming from. You check and the guy is coming from about 10 countries at a time. So in that case, then, well, it becomes quite difficult to track. Make sense? I hope you understand it now. Good. Can we move on? Any further questions? You have your last question. Okay. Questions? Understanding has come? You understand? Yes. Why are you interested in that? Yeah, because I can see you are really, really interested in doing something bad. Anyway, so let's proceed. But that is the domain of networking, guys, right? There is a lot that, I mean, there, a lot that I don't even do. So check it out in your spare time. Now, today we said we are going to look at CSS. Okay. Let's go back to our notes. So I said that I have added more to it. So okay, so now before I jump in, I have updated the HTML. We have HTML forms, and this is what we have. And those online, please, now that's give us a thumbs up. So we have HTML forms. Now, forms are crucial part of web development. They are what? Crucial because they enable us to be able to collect information. Okay? It's not all websites that are just informational. Some websites too would require that you also provide something. And that is where the aspect of forms come in. Now, forms, to be honest with you, can be quite complicated, from simple to very complicated. All right. Let's say when it comes to web development, the part that is very annoying is form or our form. But they are simple too. Okay, but just that when you want to make a form very secure, you want to make a form, what do you call it? You want to validate the input of your customers or your users. It is not as simple as it is all the time. So forms are very important. You need to learn it, and that's why I've included it in the notes. So we write a form by just doing this. We create, so let me just copy this straightforward. Now we are creating a new folder. I'll call it forms, and then create a file called index.html. Okay. So I'm just going to paste what I just put here. So this is a form. Now let's look at the various parts of the form. We have, of course, remember it's HTML, so we are going to deal with a tag. And a tag name is what? Are you with me? Form, are you with me? Hey, are you distracted? Are you distracted? You are distracted. You may have to move. You didn't bring your laptop today. Oh, okay. So we have a form. And the form, so even if I move it, I can see form like this. It's an open and close tag. All right. In it, here it also has attributes. Like yesterday, we saw type for what? OL. You remember? So this has an attribute, and this attribute is very important. That is action. The action is when the users enter their information and they submit the form. Where is the form going? Right? So maybe my form is going to somewhere. So I could say, well, I've created another script that would be a server script like PHP, right? Or I can say that I am sending it to maybe, let's say at Gmail. All the data needs to go to this side. Then remember that yesterday we talked about requests. We said that there is what? The post, the get, the what? Update, good. Delete, what else? Patch, okay. What else? Put, and what? Say get, enter, 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 enter. There is delete, right? So here we would put what? The method. And the method is going to be post. If we are sending secured or information we don't want people to see. Make sense? The form enables us to collect information. And you are going to see it. So here I can have something like a label. So let's start with the form input. Then have something for type, which is text. Then name. Maybe let's say I want full name. Then like this, it's self-closing like that. I'm done. Now let's go and check this version. So let me close and then open up again. Good. You see that in this case, there is an input, isn't it? And in this input, we can write everything. But this input doesn't really do much, isn't it? Okay. Now, and we don't even know what this input is going to take. All that we know is that we can write anything. So we can come back and say, okay, this is a text. But we want people to know that this input is going to take, so we need to give it a label. And that label, we can also call it full name. And that label is going to be, now when I come back, you see, so at least now we've given it a label that is full name. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Any question? Okay. Sometimes some people, you will see the code that they would have rather surrounded the label. Hello, watch, Prince. You will see that they would have surrounded the label around what? The input itself. And sometimes they do it intentional. So you come here. Okay, so I've not added the ID. You look at it, but you will see this. And what people will do is that for the label, they will give it an attribute called ID. The ID would have something like, let's say, full name. And so this ID, the name over here, are you with me? Must be the same as the name here. Make sense? Make sense? Good. So if we come and we click here, oh, why is it not? Normally, it should be able to pick it. Is there a mistake somewhere? To do what? Yeah, sorry, yeah, exactly. If you come here, good, exactly, yeah, that was a mistake I did. So ID, then full name. And now, so you see, we have what? 4, right? So the 4 over there means that what? This very label is for that input there. And what input are we looking at? The input with the ID of what? Full name. Make sense? So now when I come back here and I click on this, you see that it immediately focuses on the input. I click on this input. I click on this input. And people do that. But that's your own preference, right? So now we have 1. And I can come back, do label again. And then this one, I'll say, let's do password, right? Are you with me? Then come here and see. Then I'll say input. But the input this time around, the type of input is going to be what? So if I come back here and you see that we have password. If I click on it, we have done the same thing. But let's focus. What do we write? We write, let's say, it hashes it. So that's how you, and I'm sure you've seen this password into several times, haven't you? Who has not seen it before? So how did we get it? Just by changing the input type to password. And so, what's something? Let's say ID password. What's something here? Very important for the hackers. So let's say my name, and then my password. Would you like to know? So yesterday we looked at inspect, right? So I can come here and then zoom in a little bit, and you can see my code is showing here, isn't it? So I can change this. You see the password now? You see it now? But you can see it. Yeah. It's simple, right? Good. So it's just a matter, but if you refresh, you see that people are not going to say the password. If I type, let's say, right? We don't know. But then because we have the element tab open, right? Which allows us to interact with the elements. Yesterday we talked about what elements are. You said they are your own constructions, right? Using the tabs. So I can put in here text. And what do you see? I know you. You see it? Are we good? Are we good? Joseph, you are not good. Why are you not good? So we wrote this woman, we wrote this one you understand. But you see, passwords are not supposed to be seen. So the HTML, the browser has a functionality of covering the input from you seeing it. You get it. But then remember that when you say inspect, you are able to see the element here. Now that means the element down here, I can delete what is in there, right? And write password, or even write something else. And it's going to reflect here. But it doesn't mean that if we are live on the server, that has taken place. No, this is just on your machine. Make sense? Yeah. No. So this is it. Remember that the password you are going to log in, you are logging in external. It's on someone's machine. Let's say you went to Facebook. Facebook, you are going to sign up, isn't it? So you sign up with your name or your email and what? Your password. Now, when you type in those information, that data is sent as a request to Facebook's what? Server, which would communicate with Facebook's what? Database. Make sense? And when they communicate, what will be the next thing? They'll give us a response. So if you are in the database, they'll tell us that you are in the database. If you are not, it will tell you that username or password invalid. Right? Good. But then remember that you interface with this server and database through what? Your machine. In this case, the browser, which is what? Your client. And once it's your browser, you can actually do anything with it. But the fact that you are going to change this password here does not mean you change it to Facebook. You just change it on your machine. Once you refresh, everything goes back to normal. Does it make sense? Yeah, so okay, so let me use I know you are being bad. The reason why I asking more questions around is because yeah, some of you want to check your girlfriend's Facebook and stuff. Now listen. The thing is that sometimes, let's say, it happens to me, maybe I logged in on a particular site, but the site I logged in, I forgot the password. However, I saved the password in Gmail. Do you understand? So sometimes I want to check my password because once you go to the website, it will indicate to you, oh, these are the, and but it's not going to show you the password. But I want to see the password. Then I can open up, right? Change the type of text to what? And the type of input from password to what? To text. Then it will reveal to me as, oh, okay, so this is the password I use. That's it. That is a healthy way of using this idea. Not when you tell your girlfriend that please come and use my laptop to open your Facebook, and while she's doing it, she finishes typing the password. Oh, they are calling you. You come back, you do text, and you see, oh yeah, unfortunately, pardon me. Not necessarily. So long as the person is typing and you are there, and you are by the machine, you can still do the type password. That's why you are. Require fine. It's vanity. When they are taking your heart away, you'll be chasing for that heart. All right, all right, all right. So, if you go back to you see that there are, I've explained everything, all these things are there. So the password is, you can see what I'm teaching is already there. All right. And you could add up, let's say we have radio buttons that allows you to take just one input at a time. Are you getting? So let's say we want someone who is either maybe hey, okay, someone is in here. So let's come here. Let's say gender, right? So we can say label gender, right? Then I'll come here and I'll say input. Then I'll say radio. Are you with me? Are you with me? Then we come in. I'll say no. So say gender. And then this one comes with something. Value. Hello. And the value will be what? Male. Then I can duplicate it, call this one over female. All right, good. Now observe something too. Over here, we could also add value. All right, we could, that means we will pre-populate what the user is supposed to type in there. You get it? There is also another thing called what? Placeholder. The placeholder, that one is what you can say enter full name. Something like that. So if I come here and then we visit our forms, yeah, you see we are getting what? These two things. Now you see forms seem to be inline, right? Or in this case, it's a block. It's taking the full block line, but the inputs are inline. That's the inputs are rather inline. So let's come here. What we can do is that we can surround these things with blocks. One block we can surround. Surround this. I just went to my hometown. So say Dave, right? This is then Dave. So like this gives us, but let's not forget we need to include gender. And then, or we can say this is what? Real, and this is what? And we can remove this. So if we come back and we look at it, you see that now, because we are using the div, yesterday we said it's a division. It's a meaningless section, right? You can now put them in order. And now we have male and female. Now, because the names are the same, the name, remember I said, look at it here. What is the name? The name over here is what? The name over here is also what? Good. So if I click on male, male. See that when I click on female, it moves from the male to good, 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 great, great, great. Then what if you want to add something like so all these notes are there. Remember today is CSS, so I'm just going over this a bit quickly. We can have another thing, div label, and this one could be, let's say what? Let's say photo. And then I can say profile. And then we could have what? Easy path. All right. But see, this time the type is what? The type is what? Please pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. The input is what? File. Now, if I go back and I refresh, you see that we have profile picture, choose file. And when I click on it, it will take me into my file system to select a particular file. And now, to send that file into your system, that is also a whole different world on its own. Make sense? But at least you are seeing how the input controls, for the input controls, how we use them. Let's go back. What else can we add? Let's say, lastly, no, not lastly, let's say we have div, and we can say label, and then we can say choice, choice of, so let's say food. So we can come here and we say input, but this time around, it's going to be a checkbox. Okay? And the checkbox also has a name, right? Or we could have let's say apple dish. Here we'll call it apple dish. We should also have a value apple dish. Then we can have maybe another one, which is what? Maybe stick. All right. Guys, please the noise. So we have stick. Okay. Let's add the last one to it. Then this one is going to be maybe maybe citrus something, right? And we have this citrus what? Okay, so let's visit our page and you see it. But see, the difference between the checkbox and then the radio button is that checkbox, we can have multiple selections. Are you with me? With the radio, you just have one. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? So the last one is going to be what? So this, and then we are going to have input, then we'll have submit. So the submit is understood by the form that this is the button that we click on to push our data to wherever we want to push our data. Does it make sense? Hello? So let me see something here. Yeah, so yeah, so it works. Now watch this. So we can have Johnson Brown password. Then we have mail, something, and then like we do, and what do we do? We submit. So by clicking submit, you see it opens my Outlook. Why do you think so? Good. It's because the action is the URL, is what? Mail to. And you can see that it opens it and you see my email is there. You see it? And then look at something interesting. Full name, that's the name of the input control, isn't it? And then the name is there, Johnson Brown. Password, we wrote Johnson. Gender, male. Photo, the photo stuff is here. Food, apple dish, food, biscuit. Now, of course, this doesn't seem to look like how you would really collect it, but then we come far. Yes, we've come really, really far. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. All right, so please, what you need to do is to go through them. You see, there is drop down. In fact, the controls are a lot. You can't exhaust everything in one thing. There is example form. So this whole form, if I copy it, I can copy it, come here, and delete everything and paste it here. And then we'll go back, look at it, and you see all the information is there. So you can have the name, the email. We even have email. All right. Hello. Please split. Someone should move from there. Yeah, split. I wouldn't like, we came to learn, split. Move to where this one is. Split. Yeah, split. Yeah, split. Yeah. Great. So now we have name, email, password, gender, hobbies, and you can see the drop down is here, right? And you can also have a text area whereby you can type in stuff. And at the end of the day, you can submit. Are we good? Questions? Abraham? Yeah. Oh, I've been, in fact, it's on the platform. This is for us. I built this whole documentation for us. So use it. Actually, Godwin, Saturday, I'm expecting that you'll be done with the project. There's a project there, an assignment. So I'm expecting that by the time we hit Saturday, when we are done, everyone is done. Skyfusion.vessel.app. Are you on the platform? Oh, it's there. It's there. Yes, I'm going to share it with you. Um, uh, Skyfusion. Um, yep. Your machine. You are not in the group. Oh, okay. Yeah, you are not in the group. Okay. So, just a moment. Once, let me finish this. Our add you guys. Just a moment. All right. But so remember, this is available. Once you get there, you should see this. All right. Hello. Once you get there, you should see this, and then you click on or start from the guide. Okay. And then starting yesterday, the web internet, all the web server things we are talking about, they are all there. What is a client? They are all there. Then we come to introduction, lists, links, images, forms, semantic HTML. Please read it. Please read it. Then the project. Begin it. Finish it today. Today we are moving to CSS. All right. So the CSS is here, and we are going to talk about how. So the JavaScript have started updating the notes over there. By the close of today, it should be ready. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? You okay? Are we okay? Fine. You good? Is anyone confused? Adam, today they're not confused. The brain is smooth. Great. So now, yeah, yes. Uh-huh. If they are not the same, then you can select both of them. Are you getting it? Remember, I said it's the name that is holding them. So if you change the name, then now they are two separate variables. Does it make sense? Please do understand it. Yeah. So if, for example, you come to this side, and then where is one? Where is one? Where is one? Yeah. So you see, this is, let's say I make this one, then the two, right? And we go back. So I can select male and select female. You see why? Because the names are different. The names are actually more or less handled. Okay. Any question? We are not CSS. We are not coming back to CSS. So please, CSS is a new game. Say a new game. It's a new game. Axel, you ready for CSS? Yeah. Okay. So let me start with this. So we are going to use our notes for CSS. Yesterday, we said that HTML is like the skeleton, right? It's all about information presentation. But CSS is about what? Styling. It's about what? Styling. It's about what? It's about what? It's about what? Good. CSS is about styling. Now, if CSS is about styling, then why do we call it cascading style sheet? First of all, we know that there is styling there. So we are going to use it to decorate, right? To design. CSS is like having Photoshop, but coding. Make sense? If I give you, all of you know Photoshop, right? Now, what do you use Photoshop for? Yeah, is it only your picture? Hey, right now, what's someone? Let's stick with the picture. So, Photoshop is a designing tool, right? Good. Now, we don't, has anyone coded in Photoshop before? Well, I've coded in Photoshop. If you have been an advanced user for a while, you realize Photoshop has a section you can code. But that's not the purpose of this class. You can, back in the days when I was a designer, not like I've changed, I'm still a designer. So we code action scripts in Photoshop. Sometimes you want to do certain things, mask, then we code it and then it can run it for you. So Photoshop you can code. But then normal users, Photoshop, you just design, drag, drop, and then you are done. So think of CSS as what? Photoshop. But this time around, you do what? You code everything. You code everything. Everything from color to design layout to everything. Right? Now, we call it cascading because, you see, CSS, the coding you are going to do, it's all about rules. It's about what? It's about what? It's about what? It's not Bruce. It's not Bruce. It's rule. Yeah, I can hear Bruce. Bruce has not done anything today. So Photoshop, CSS is all about what? Rules. And so we will be writing the rules in designing. And every rule that comes next after the first rule supersedes the first rule. This is a trick. Every rule or any rule that comes after the first rule supersedes it. Make sense? So, meaning that if I write my first rule, rule 1, and then I come to rule 2, rule 2 will supersede what? And if I do rule 3, rule 3 does what? So you can see that there is this, it's like a waterfall, right? The downward you go, hold on a second, right? So there's some sort of cascading effect. At the same time, you are going to see cascading in different times. For instance, you could apply, let's say you have a square, right? And this square, you say, okay, maybe the background is in red. And then you put in a text, right? Now, this text was also inherited background from this guy. Makes sense? So, meaning that the effect here cascades down to the children. Makes sense? Makes sense? Do you understand? So, it is in CSS that now you see the essence of the hierarchy in HTML. That there are parents, there are ancestors, there are parents. You see it? So, in the context of the forms we are building, if you look at it, you see that now here, for example, well, the ancestral parent is what? Form. In fact, maybe the ancestral parent is what? The body, isn't it? And inside the body, there are two children, isn't it? There is what? An H1. They don't use it, less using the exact term. So there's an H1, which is a child. There's also what? There's also what? 4, which is also, so there are two children. And their parent is who? Body. And the parent is what? Now we get it. Is what? Solid. Do you get it? So this is how you should be looking at your, starting from this second. Look at your HTML as parent, ancestors. So HTML has how many direct children? Direct children. What are they? Great. Head has how many children? What is the child? Good. Body has how many children? 2. What are they? What about form? How many children is? Yeah. So you see, the form has a lot of children. You see it? And so when you apply CSS to the form itself, then that means the children are also going to inherit. Or the rule if applied at the form would cascade down to, unless you say this child must be special. So then we need to also give it own what style. Make sense? Hudson, solid. Great. So then in this case, let me close this. Let's go back to our. So first off, let's look at how do we write CSS. And this is the syntax, the basic. Remember I said that they are what? Rules. And this is the rule. So a CSS rule consists of what? A selector and what? And what? You can see it on the board. And what? A declaration block. We are reading it. See, a CSS rule consists of a selector and what? Good. So starting from this very, anytime you see this, they are referring to what? A block. You see this also in Javascript. It's also a block. But it's not a declaration block. It's not the same. We are bringing this again. Okay. Now, we say that to be able to do the CSS stuff, you need to select, there must be a selector and a declaration block. And so the rule would be a property, right? Colon, say colon, not semicolon, colon, and what? A value. And the value ends with what? Semicolon. This is a valid rule. We have ended it. Make sense? Make sense? Good. So we are going to do something. This, for example, you see we have a body, and the body has what? A property. The property is what? Background color. Now, these ones are things you don't just pull it from here. It is something that is specified inside the CSS. And so you need to learn it. You don't say, oh, yeah, I'm feeling like instead of writing background color, I want to write it. No. There's something that is in there you need to study. And there are thousands. So it's not all of them that you know. But as we work, you see that some of them become second nature. Make sense? Good. So background color, light blue. Now, you see here the light blue, it has been written in English. Not all the time. We are going to write in the colors in code. All right, good. H1, so you see that now we are targeting that we've selected. Remember, we said a selector. Now the selectors are more or less, let's say, basically, they are the HTML elements you are going to select. So CSS works with what? The HTML. Are you getting it? So because if you want to style a header, then that means you need to select what? You need to select what? A header. If you want to style a body, you need to select what? If you want to style, let's say, a form, you need to select what? A form. You see it? So what do you want to target? So instead of selector, we can also say the targets. So what I'm targeting is what I put there. Around. Cool? Nelson, what you are actually targeting, what you want to style. Like if you want to look good at your upper chest, that's what you want to style, isn't it? So probably you go and buy some nice top. If you want to style your down part, then you go and buy something for the down part. So what you are targeting is what you are going to style. That's where you're going to apply the rules to. But remember that what you are targeting could have children. And so whatever rules you are applying, there's a tendency that the children, those rules could be cascaded down to them. Like your father, when right now if I should see your mother or your mom, there should be some similarities. So some attribute of your father you are having. And sometimes you might be fighting with your father. And then your father likes to do X, Y, Z. Get there. You might be doing something. Make sense? I hope we understand it. Good. So, before we start coding, it's important to understand how do we connect CSS to what? To HTML. Because we said that CSS does not exist in vacuum. Your flesh has nothing, it cannot be there alone. It needs to be attached to the bones. Is it not so? Good. So how do we attach the flesh to the bone? Now, which we know that the bone being what? HTML. There are actually 3 main types. How many types? 3 main types. Hello, Daniel. Pay attention. There are how many? 3 main types. I said what? Of adding CSS to HTML. And we can argue on end about which one is the best. Are you getting me? Good. Now, let's look at it. We have the inline CSS, whereby that means the HTML element is the one you are applying what? The style to. Make sense? Make sense? Let's try it right now. Okay, so I'm going to open my code, close these ones, and I'll create, we call it CSS. And inside CSS, I'm going to create index. So I'll even call it inline styling. Good. And now in here, right, so I'll call it inline. Yes. Now in here, are you with me? Are you with me, please? So we have H1. I'm going to so H1. Now, there are some code, some people, you visit their code and their HTML, they are using capitals. I've seen it before, but it's not that common. All right? H1, and I'll call it all right. Now, are we good? Are we good? Okay. All right. Now let's look at it. Those online, please, I believe you are following. If there is a question, please pop it in the chat. Okay. So we have this, and we are going to do inline styling or inline CSS. This is what we do. Inside here, right? Inside the right angle bracket, I'll hit space, and then I'll do what? Style. I'll add an attribute called style. An attribute called what? And then you have your equal. This is where you are going to add your rules. You are going to add your what? Your what? And what kind of rules are they? CSS rules. Good. Now, assuming we always say that I want the color of the text to look blue, right? So I'll do color. Now, it's because I've used it before. I know that color is a property of CSS. Color is what? Color is what? Oh, it's today I'm not seeing lady here, so it's a men's group. Tender the rule. Color is what? Color is what? Good. So then you do remember we say when you bring the property, what next? What next? Property? No. Something comes. No. What? Colon. Good. Colon. So we have colon. Then now you see VS Code is showing me the colors I can use. I probably want to use blue. You see, just by doing this, if I go back and I'm using the live server this time around. When I started, you see it, we just style, this is our first inline CSS. Inline what? Please, do you understand it? That's one of the methods by which we can add styles to CSS, to HTML. So now, yep. I'm sharing the window. Oh, that's okay. Are they seeing it now? Okay, so this is just beautiful, and it is what? It's blue. But I need to ask you a question. Since you guys don't want to ask me questions, I told you that CSS is written by targeting the selector or the target, and then writing the property column value. Is that not so? So how come that this time around we are just writing style is equal to color stuff? What is happening? How have we targeted? Why is it so? Someone should tell me. This one is thinking time. Someone should tell me. Bam. Can you explain? I'm asking why not this. Why don't you? Well, we are not seeing the selector, but then we've been able to apply yes. So, All right, let me keep quiet. The inline CSS. No. The economist has no record. I can delete it and it's shown. Now, so what he said is exactly the answer. You see, right now, he said this guy is selector or target, isn't it? But now the target itself is what the CSS will have been applied on. Or you don't see that. And what is the target here? Check. There is H1. We are applying the rule on the H1 itself. Meaning that using inline, we have already selected a target. Hello? So we don't necessarily need to write it this way. We will write this way very soon. But for now, if we are targeting inline, that is the element itself, and we are using the style attribute, then already that element has been targeted behind the scenes. Make sense? Make sense? You have a question? Yes, we didn't bring it. But then assuming that I want to add other ones, then I will bring it. I can say font size, right? And I can say 10 pixels. You see here, I write it. And then when I come here, you see that it has become small, but it's still H1. You remember yesterday I told you that the difference between the headings is not the size, it's what? Solid. You understand it? You get it? So using CSS, we have manipulated the font size. And now the font size is what? It's 10. It's small. If we go back, I can say, okay, well, make the font size 100. And if we come back, see, we getting it? Joseph, why are? Well, why did you get lost? So Prince, sit with so the two of you, you are not a good combination. If the two of you say going to be talking to us. So Rahim, are you following? Or you are also lost? You are not lost. Or if you are lost, please call Desmond or me. They can assist you. So I need you to sit by there. Sit by there. Let him sit by there. So where did you get lost? The CSS. So you sit by Jeff. Sit by Jeff. Yeah. Are you lost? Are you sure? It's what? You are lost at the HTML, but you are not lost at the CSS. So you and you are going to sit there, but don't talk. If I see that you are talking, I'll move you to a place nobody can even assist you. So please sit there. That's one. Please assist the two of them. We good? Rahim, rather come here, and then they can be in the middle. But I see that that's for that corner. When they get there, it's a whole different world. Yeah. When yesterday Hudson was there, were you seeing stars? Now, so apart from Daniel and Joseph, is everyone okay? If you're okay, thumbs up. If you're okay, thumbs up. If you're okay, yes. Can we do it? Oh yes. We can move from to maybe 20. You see it? We could say, well, font size, and we can even say background. So watch it, background color, and I'll say yellow. Hello? 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 If I open, You see the background color is yellow. And you see that it goes across, right? Why? Why is the yellow going across? Why is the yellow going across? No, I died. I won't let you answer that question at all. Yes. No. Okay. Yeah. It's a block level element. Guys, Charlie, you have to learn this, so you have to understand this part. I think tomorrow I have to come with a quiz to see how we understand stuff. Yeah. You said coffee, coffee, and coffee. Oh, I think coffee will be there today. Yeah, it will be there. Yeah, Roxanne got it right. It says block level element. Great. So now we have learned about the, let's apply it again to maybe paragraph, right? So lorem 50. If we go into it, we can say style, you see it, and then we can say color, and then we can choose maybe blue violet. Then we say font size, and then we can say maybe 20 pixels. You see it? We can go back and look at it. Beautiful. Are you seeing it? Are you seeing it? Are you seeing it? Joseph, it's clicking, right? It's clicking, right? Where have you gotten to? On this one. Yeah, so all we did was to change the style of the paragraph. This is a paragraph. And the paragraph has a style, attribute. This one you understand. And we apply what? A color called what? Blue violet. And then we separate multiple rules with what? Who can answer? Multiple rules. This is a rule. Good, semicolon. This is a rule. This is also a rule. And each rule is terminated with what? A semicolon. That means that we have come to the end of this rule. Rahim, make sense? Waira. Good. Joseph, Waira. Put down, you get it. Yeah. Are we good? Abraham, solid. Gomez, great. Now, if we are applying these style attributes to all of these, and we know that everything in HTML is an element, then actually, can't we also apply it here at the body? Can't we? Good. So we can say body, and we can say background color. And what do we say? We can put maybe, let's say, brown. And let's go back and look at how our body is going to look like. You're getting it, right? It's because the background color of the body itself has been changed. And what did we say? We said it's what? Cascading. So meaning that any element within the body that does not have a specified background color would inherit from above. You see that the H1 still remains yellow, isn't it? Because the H1 has its own background color. You see it? So we are being very specific. And now, there's a term coming out. There's a term coming out. And that term is called specificity. Specific what? Say specificity. 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 And yes, city. So what makes your rules effective is that you are being what? Specific. What makes your rule effective means you are being what? Because if you are being specific, then they can override what is coming from above. Am I making sense? Hudson, are you following? Adam, are you confused? You are confused. Are you lying that you are confused? Are you good? So look at it. Now, if we come back again, sorry, let me go to the code. If we come back again, and then we say that, okay, let's also make the background of the paragraph. See it? Now that means now we are targeting the child, that you, the child, you cannot have the background of your parents. Are you getting it? So what do you see? It now has its own color. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. It's applied to the body. The body. The body has a style. Is that, yeah, background color. So I could have changed this to maybe background color mid, and maybe change this one to white, color white, and then maybe remove this background color. And then when we go back and we check it, see, we are just, so this is your design. That's where your creativity comes in. I don't need to do it this way, do it this way. Once you know the properties, you design how your website should look like. Are we good? Now, look at the paragraph. It's spanning across the screen, right? What if we don't want that? Then we come back and then we can say, well, let's add width, right? And you can say width is 450 pixels. And when you come back and you open it up, are you seeing it? Now we are using the power of CSS to control even how things look on the page. Does it make sense? 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 Yeah. Good. Color is for the font. Color, pure color is for the font. But background is for the background. Make sense? So now, as this looks like this, you can start putting in some beautiful things. So maybe I can say, okay, let me rather bring this color down to here. So I want it to look a little bit nicer, more. Okay. And I want this to be a bit deep. And then now I can pump it in. You can see I'm making changes. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? And you can even change the font family, the font itself. So I can come in here and say, well, you know what? Font family. And then you can see it shows you the kind of family fonts that are all installed on your machine. And I can say maybe I want to use Sego. Sego, you work with Microsoft. Then when I come back and I open, you see how Sego looks like. It's a bit different. Are you seeing it? Please create your own page, do your own styling, your own inline style. Yeah, I'll be coming around shortly. It's 12 o'clock, so we'll break here while you work on your stuff, and we'll resume at 12:15. 12:15. 12:15. We'll resume at 12:15. We good? So please, online people, create your own stuff. When you are done, style it. When you are done, take screenshot and share it with us. I think, yeah, Roxanne has already done that. Great job, Roxanne. Roxanne, you rock. So those who are with us, kindly do this assignment. and share with us screenshots of what you have done. I'm going to leave the code on so that all of you can have access to it. So let me use the, yeah. So let me, wait, it's okay. So guys, 12:15 we'll be back. So for those who are unable to start, kindly don't say the talk now. Let's start. Where you are, you cannot wait like that. So me, yeah. So any challenges you can talk to me. All right.
What's up, man? How you doing? Yeah.
I think now you are refreshed. So refreshed. And now you all also can pick up. We're on the same page now. We are back. So we've not done that yet. So relax. We've not done that yet. But they are in the notes. So please check skyfreeboot.vessel.app. They are there. Check CSS grade, CSS plus. You see all those things there. So actually you can be ahead of the class if you are just following. Daniel, please, we are beginning. So now, do I take it that all of you understand what we are doing? Joseph, are you? So right now, I'm starting another thing, so we should be together. Hudson, you good? Adam, good? So what do we do next? Move on. How many are agreed to move on? Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Okay. All right. Now, we've done the inline, right? And we said that there are 3 types, isn't it? So there is inline, there is also, where is the, yeah. So there is inline, and then there is also internal, all right, internal CSS. That we rather would do what? Oh, sorry, I have to write it to everyone. Okay, so the internal, you can see that with the internal CSS, let me just copy it right from here so that we can. So let's come here. I'm going to create a new file and I'll call it internal. Please, are you paying attention? Listen. Are you paying attention? So internal css.html, and then I'll paste it. Now you can clearly see that with the internal, like, let me write up. So you see, with the internal, I'm going to write something here. So maybe H1, right? Internal CSS. Paragraph. All right. Now we know that with the internal, what happens is that inside the heading section, please pay attention. Please and please and please pay serious attention here. The thing is very simple, but sometimes you are coding whilst I'm working. So you come back and you are confused. Are you getting it? So pay attention, get the information, then now practice. Make sense? Good. So internal, we come here, and then in between the head, within the head section, so normally beneath the title, right? You do another tag called style. Like what we have been doing is open and close. Are you seeing it? I hope you are all seeing it. Good. Then in between the rule. And the rule I'll write is color, right? Abraham, are you with me? Joseph, are you with me? He's not responding. Are you with me? So then I can say maybe I want this to be aqua, and then close it with what? A semicolon. Remember, you must end it with what? You must end it with what? So it is property value separated with a colon, ended with what? Good. So now that I've done this, that's all. Let's go back to our stuff. Check it out. Oh, sorry. Oh, someone is saying I'm gonna. So let me go live again. So you see it. What do you see? Internal CSS. It has been applied. Can't you see? Can you see that? So, so you can see that the internal CSS, the color has been applied on it. Do you see it? So this one we are not applying inline. We are applying what? Internal. Now, one key thing you should pay attention here, Joseph, please pay attention. I'll be on you because I see that you are a bit distracted. Now, the internal CSS, the inline CSS is highly specific than any of them. Does it make sense? Because now that one, you are actually on the element and you are styling it. You see it? So that is more specific. And I told you that the CSS specificity, that's what it matters. There are two big words in CSS: specificity and what? Inheritance. Either we are cascading what is coming, or we are being too specific that it overrides everything that is before it. Makes sense? Do you understand it? Do you understand it? Do you all understand it? Does it make sense? Two big words, what are they? Yeah, one cafe. I saw two cabrofo. Yes, it's what? Hey, what city is that? No, Obia kind of one. Jeff. No. What is it? Eh? Specificity. Joseph. Oh, yeah, rehearsals. We are pitching out The bad ones, and then fetch what? Specificity. Specificity. All right. So we can go back again. Okay. And maybe even we can say, let's target what? And you see how we are separating them. We can say, let's target the body. And make the body what? Background. Now you can either write background color or background. Any of them will go. So if I say background like this, then I can say the background color should be maybe brown or beige. You see, like this. And when I do this, and I say font size, let's say 100 pixels. Now what happens is that you see, now observe something. You are living. Oh, why? What's happening? Pardon? Oh, okay. So to see you tomorrow then. All right. So observe something. The H1, we have not applied any font size to it, have we? Great. But the font size has been applied to what? Good. Let's observe something. So we go here, go back. You see, what has happened? Cascade what? Now, who is the parent of the H1? Body. Because the body has font size of 100 pixels, all children would inherit 100 pixels unless they have been told, they've been specified, specificity. So if we come back here and we say, well, you know what? I want this guy. This one, oh, sorry. So we can say font size, and then we want 10 pixels. Then we come here, and then we run it. You see that the 10 pixels is at the top here. Are you seeing it? But the paragraph is still what? 100 pixels. Because the paragraph is still inheriting its properties, its font size property, from the body. This is very important. You see, CSS can be very, very cumbersome, difficult. You see that you are writing it, it's not behaving the way you want it to behave. It's because you don't really understand it. But if you understand it, you know that, oh, okay. So this very thing is becoming big because maybe there is a higher parent that is having a higher font size and it is inheriting it. It's all about inheritance. So think about your body structure. Think about your dad or your mom. You realize that even your grandparents, see that you have similarities with them. Sometimes even your voice may sound similar to one of your uncles. You see, inheritance plays a big role. These are the core pillars of CSS. Am I making sense? Guys, no one is confused. Thumbs up if you get it right. Thumbs up if you get it right. Rahim, you are not getting it right. Where are you confused at? Well, I get the starting. The starting as in what? Oh, we are still on it. So if you are not getting us, we are working on it. Please check and you will get it. All right. So watch it here. We created a style tab. Style tab is like HTML. You see it? It's also like HTML. And so don't do it. Don't do it. Pay attention. Don't do it. Pay attention. Yes, you are not getting it and you are distracting yourself. So pay attention. We have what? A style tab, right? It's open and what? So internal CSS goes with a style tab. But that style tab, we fix it where? At the head section. Not in the body. At what? At what? At what? Don't distract yourself, Rahim. Focus. Now, in between the style tag, that is where we take in our CSS declarations. Make sense? So, in between the style tag, you have to, no, the heading is still there. It's still there. Everything is there. The only thing we just added this. So let me clean it. Watch it. Are you paying attention? Rahim, are you with me? Open and what? We open. Follow. Then in here is where we are going to enter our rules, our what? CSS rules. So I will say our target, the elements, you target what? You target what? You target what? Everyone, you target what? You will target what? You will target what? Great. So element. What element do you want? One target the body. So I can come here and say body. And then in the body, I will put my rules. The rules I want the body to have. So I want the body to have a background color of, let's say, what color comes in mind? Let's say purple. Ready? Then I will say I want the color, which is the font color, to be what? White. Right? I want the font size to be what? Maybe 26. You are going to put in yes, no. Which one? Confused? Clear? You can do it yourself. Prince. If you do what? You put it here in the heading section. Like if you come and do it here, you do it here. This inline. Yes. Yes, that's different. But remember, I said that the inline has a higher degree of what? Great. But has a higher degree of what? The inline. So if over here I come and say style, you can mix them. So I can say maybe font size, and I say the font size is, let's say, 300 pixels, right? And we go back and then we check it out. You see, it will override it. It would override it. But let's look at something. Let's look at something. Bear with me. Are you with me? Are you with me? Now let's go inside the internal, right? And also do H1 again. Are you with me? And then I'll say font size. And I'll say, it will override which one? So the heading is going to have what font size? You sure about that? Is that your final answer? How many agree? It's going to have what? Why? Okay. You too? Are you changing your answer? Yeah. So what? Bofun ma. Why I can't bofun they are what? So which one is the latest rule right now? How? We just added this one. Or it's because the inline is at the bottom. Okay. The body. And then this is the last one we just added, isn't it? Or it's not so? I get what you're trying to say, but he is using terms. He says specificity. Okay, let's go and see. Yes, Joseph. So whatever you get there, whatever you get, the parent is the body, and the parent has a font size of 20. But then remember we said that inline have specificity, would override. And overriding is a third big word in CSS. But now the question we are asking ourselves is that we have inside the internal CSS, there's H1, which is what? 10 pixels. But inline is having what? 300 pixels. I'm asking you, when we go and check, which one will come? Is it a 300 or is it 10 pixels? The 300. Why? Rahim. Sorry. Nizu. A ding. A ding. Yes. You can. Yeah, that's what we are doing. Hmm? Yeah, so any new. What do you see? Mr. 300, and that's what Gomez wrote. Specificity. So I'm trying to tell you that you can use external style sheets, internal style sheets, but inline would always override whatever that you apply. So be very careful with inline styles. Inline styles. Inline styles have the power to override anything. It's like your parents are giving birth to you. Okay. Well, your parents, maybe they are fair, so you are fair, right? But then you choose to go to, or let's say the parents are dark and you are dark. So you travel to Accra and you see that guys are toning their skin. So now you specifically, right? You do what? You apply some pomade on your skin and then you change. Now you have overridden the internal natural state of your parents. That's why inline are more powerful, because inline they are specific to the elements. It won't, because your parents don't inherit anything from you. You inherit from them, and you have the power to say, "I override whatever." So your parents also overrided. Yes, overrided your grandparents. Your grandparents overrided your great grandparents. You see, but there are some things they didn't override. There are some things your parents, and there are some things you are still not overriding. It could be spiritual. And you don't even know, so you can't even override it. But it makes sense, right? You understand the mechanisms right now. So meaning that so you see someone, now you are no more beginners, but if you were beginners, this would trip you up. You'll be like, but I just added font size 10. Why am I still having 300? That's why understanding it matters. I always say understanding matters than you. So now you understand that, okay, why my CSS will behave this way, because there is specificity. And I know that inline styles are more powerful than internal or external style sheets. Make sense? Make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Inline in the back. No elements nankasa yeah body member. Also yes, body nini awofo nini. Wawo mamienu H1 and P1. But we have some recording. Yeah, web development in P. More recording of one to social media. Where web development in P. Yeah, web development where. Cameraman. Who's and now who will try to trauma we're serious moment. Yes, it's the other thing said your document HTML no on papa and I say man. Wow, and Kwalamienu are what the head and what body. Body now, body no so body no so one nema then H1 anything. Good. H1 H1 P nkwadaa mmienu a wɔhyɛ body mask. Now, sisi ano ɔno wɔ ne mma no. Or no maame nankasa wo ne colors or the complexion. The complexion is a any show what into a purple family. More height, in fact, of one size. 20 pixels. Now, what in the Baba? The friend is saying each one. It's what in the my friend each one. I say, yeah, Ben say, you moon dear. Me pesa, me will be a park center. To them pay me 300 pesos. My mean no pay 20. I mean, there is no limit. The limit, no. The man may no more. It may cost 300 pesos. It may quite a polish me home. Because school, may say, maybe this year about 300 pesos degrees. On what they show. Essence or no ankasa, but they are 300 pesos. Now, we think what you think. Mamma can then, no, they 20 pesos or something. No, 300. But I'm a brother, me, I'm 300. Be it me, give me. And a inline style on no ankasa or dinner home, or a friend or dinner home style. So I tell you, the author of the Bushian style. Internal styles are more or less like family styles. Yeah, that's it. Good. And then come wherever so. You can see, so watch it here. Gomez, just a second. If I come here and I say font family, and I say the font family is, let's say Sego you are, right? Then I come here and I say this guy, oh yeah, then font family, yeah. So inline it's me, I'm unique. Inline is all about specificity. So we can have font family. You see, when we come back and you refresh, this is an impact font. But we share paragraph 7. And the Bushia Ford no yoma, to know about the hammer. Oh, car, hammer, not the other. The Bushia Ford are you getting the point? I hope you really understand it now. So we have inline styling. Now, the reason why you need to understand inline styling, most important, is that in future, at a point, some of you would, when you start going, some of you will be like, I want to learn PHP because I want to build my own WordPress themes. Now, when you build WordPress themes, you would like to override the styles that the original developer builds. Now, sometimes when you do internal and external, you cannot override. The only way now would be what? Inline. Because inline, you're swaddling. You get it? Do we understand it now? This one, if you are dead, the race you are good, you should know. Do you get it? Gomez. Yeah. You see, but then we are not done. We are now scratching the surface of CSS. But these are pillars. Like now you know of overriding. That's the rule below overrides the rule at the top. You know specificity. You know what else? Inheritance. These are the pillars. Once you know these pillars, everything is the same. Everything is just about you styling, how you want it to look like. That's where the look like stuff comes in. But you need to understand the rules, the hidden things behind the CSS. Makes sense? We good? Thumbs up if you are good. I know I can repeat. Since you are there. All right. So let's go back and let's change our 300 to 30 so that it's manageable. And you can see now we have our internal CSS. Are we good? Now, the last one is what? We said we have 3 types. We have internal, inline and what? External. So now let's do the external. Okay, yeah. Okay, so external, we come here. I'm going to create now. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. Yeah, so I can create a folder called style. Folder within it. And then in that folder, I'll create a document. Now, this is your first CSS file. I can call it main.css or whatever name you want to call it. Are you with me? Are you with me? And then I'll hit enter. So now we have moved from .html to what? Dot what? Dot what? Now we are writing external style sheets. Now I'm going to say body, right? And I'll say background color red. Yes. Now, hello, pay attention, 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 attention. We good? Good. Now I just created this, and then we'll go back and check. We'll refresh. We can refresh till not call her. So you need to what, Rahim? You need to do what? Yeah, you have to call her. That number you got yesterday, you have to call. Right? So in here, how do we link it? Now, please watch something happen. We link it with another tag known as link. Say link. And then that has two main attributes. One is real. This is relationship. Means what is the relationship of this link to us? Its relationship is what? Style sheets. Then now the href. Which other tag do we see href with? Great, Charlie. I've been for a whole. So Anchor had href. And what do we put in href? Great. What kind of link? And what type of links do we have? Absolute and what? Perfect. Charlie, move on some. So in that case, now we need to put in a relative what? Link. And that is dot slash what? See? Folder is what? Style. And then what is in there? Main.css. Now we've linked it. We've done what? We've done what? We've done what? Let's go and check. Now refresh. Still, it's not happening. Who can tell me why? Charlie, if you have not registered and you want to register, if you get this, I'll give you 10% discount. And then I come back. Yes. All right. This one, where that. Yes. No, really. That I didn't know anybody. Oh, we had a value. It was red. Yeah, it was red, but it's still 10% discount for this very answer. You want to see the code? Oh, you can see the code all day long. Very good. Adam, have you registered for the premium? If you don't want a 10% discount, I should make it what? So when we make it 10%, then your mind will work. Please check. Why do you think you're not seeing the red? It's not coding. It's not closed. You are lying. Say, I am lying. Yes, why? Then, and you are out. Why you want to do? I can let you do. Two of you are out. Yes, okay. Giant. Giant. Think about it. Giant. You said giant. Let's specify it there. You're linking. At first, you guys said we've not linked. If we want to be sure that we've linked, we can come here. Just a moment. Go to view page source. Go to view page source. Where is let me also link my charger to my good. So first of all, just a moment. What if I go to view page source and I click here? It is there, isn't it? We found it. It is linked. So why, Abraham? Oh, we just saw the CSS. Red. Yeah, this is live, so it is there. Yeah. 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 Overrides. Shall I give it to you? Give it to you. So because we are saying that the body is purple, right? So this rule is overriding whatever rule that is in. Let's see. Let's come down here. Let's come below the star here. Right? But remember, everything must be in the head. And then when we come back here, you see it there. Overridden. The rules apply, whether you are external or internal. The only one that would override everything is inline. But if it is external and you have put the internal above the external would override. If you have put the internal beneath the internal would override the external. So watch it. The arrangement, the confusion on your face must disappear. See, we have what? Start. This is what? External, isn't it? So, and the body, let me see. We are back. Yeah. So, Hudson, listening. Why? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. No, remember we have commented this. So I open yes, another one. Yes. Yeah, it makes it internal, and you can have multiples of it. Whatever comes under this one, you mean this is this one? No, whatever is within this is an external style sheet, not what comes underneath. We can bring this to the top too. So long as you are linking, so what makes it external? Hello? What makes it external is that you have created a separate CSS file and you are linking it to an HTML document. Make sense? What makes it external is that you have created what? A separate CSS file. And we did, didn't we? What was the name of our CSS file? Main.css. So we can write, you see, the problem, the reason why we do that is that, you see, if you look at it, our professional developers don't do that. We try as much as possible to go with something known as separation of consent. Say separation of consent. Separation of consent. You see, CSS being CSS file. I get to HTML being HTML file so that I can manage. You see, this is a very simple site. But even with this, you see, doing even inline styling is getting confusing. It doesn't make it look nice. You see, so if I want to do pure external CSS, I could do external HTML CSS.html, right? Are you with me? Are you with me? And then I would say external CSS, and beneath it, I'm going to do link, and then I'll connect it with a dot style. Good. Then I can come in here, you see, just by having this, just by doing this, I've not written anything inside the HTML, right? Do we all agree? The only thing I've done is to link it with what? An existing CSS file. If I go live right now, you see, it's red. Why? Because the CSS is already taking effect. And within the CSS, we are selecting an element known as what? The body. Makes sense? If you open it right now, and you look at it, you see there is this. If I click on it, so that body is taking what? Red. And that is why, without even including other things, it has already taken place. So people would, hello, are you with me? If you are confused, answer. If you are confused, answer. Good. So many people, this is what they would do. They would, that's why I'm sure you've heard of Bootstrap. Who has heard of Bootstrap? Okay, so I will introduce you to it briefly. People would have written the CSS, and you would go copy their CSS, put it in there, and then focus on your HTML, and be calling few things, and then it will be shaping your, and that makes your development process very fast. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Thumbs up if it makes sense. Thumbs up if so. Watch something here. I'm going to go back, and then now let's close some of them, and let's come to this CSS. I'm going to say, so even here, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to say H1. I want my H1 to have a font size, let's say 34 pixels. But I want in the body all the fonts to have a color of white. Okay. I want my H3 to have a font size of, let's say, in pixels, okay, or let's say 40 pixels, right? Then I want my paragraphs to have a background of, let's say, yeah, this. Are you with me? Good. Now, I have not, in the HTML, I've not written, have I? Good. But I can just start writing paragraphs. And then I can say, Lauren, this. If I go to the page, and yeah, you see it. Now, just by writing the paragraph, it takes effect. So the style is just being applied. It's just being applied because we've already written the rules. So what it means is that any HTML element, right, that is within this document, must obey the rules of the CSS that we go with. And if that element has a P, the P must inherit these styles. If maybe I write a link, an anchor, it might not have these styles because we have not done anything of that sort. Makes sense? So if I come back and I say, well, you know what? I don't like this color. Let's make it a bit darker, right? And then I'll say all anchors should have a background. Sorry. So you see A. You see how we are selecting them? We select the tag name, which is what? A for anchor, right? Right? Good. So A, and we say background. And we want the background color of all links to be this, right? We want the color yellow. And we want a font size to be maybe, let's say, 50 pixels. And then let me add other properties so that you see. I can say border, and I'll say 4 pixels, solid. And then we say maybe. Now, let's go here. And then let's say, well, inside this element, this very paragraph, we are going to have an ahref, close it, and say, index. So when we come back, you see what the link is doing? Are you seeing it? Are you seeing it? Now the link has inherited the styles that we applied in the external styles. Can you understand it? Confused or surprised? You are surprised, confused, or you are soft. So what we are saying is that we wrote our CSS, okay, here, right? Remember, CSS, you can do comments, so I can comment it out. You select, so let's say I comment everything out. If I comment everything out, right, and then you come here and you check, you realize that everything is as you know, isn't it so? Good. Let me split it. Okay, I don't think we can. Now, okay. So let's come here. Now, what I'm going to start afresh. And I will say body. And then I'll say the body is supposed to be background color. And then I can say page. Sorry. Then I'll say what? Color. Say color. Are you with me? Good. Then I can even say text align center. I told you there are a lot of properties, more than how we see in there. And then we can have font family, maybe area. Okay. Meaning that the body must have these, so any child would inherit these kind of things. Do you understand it? So meaning that if now I come to this place and I open it, you see the text has been what? Aligned center. Do you see it? So any text I'm going to put in is going to be in the center. No matter what, it's going to be in the center. Unless we tell that text not to be specificity. Clear? So, but then you see the way the link is looking, I want all my links to look in a particular way. You see that sometimes you go to a website and all the links have a specific way they look like. Yeah, that is what, so when you say A, it means that all the links, any tag that has A should have this kind of style. If I say P, it means all elements of P would have this, unless we don't want that P. So, you get it? So right now, for instance, if I come back and I say, let's say P, and then we say background of P should be yellow, right? And I'm going to add something to it. Let's say margin 20 pixels. All right, this one we'll talk about it soon. Then we have, let's say, pattern 20 pixels, and then we have what Don't worry about these ones. I'll be explaining them. Now, at the moment, we have only one piece in our start, isn't it? Let me come down here and create another. Okay, let me create another piece. Now, observe. Let's go to our web page. See, all the pieces are styled the same, isn't it? You see, it makes your work easy, isn't it? So meaning that if you are building a particular website and you want certain items to look all the same, you just select it. And all items that inherit from the parent style sheet are all going to be the same. Makes sense. Say it makes sense. That makes sense to you. It makes sense to you, right? Now, so what if then I want one of the keys to look different? That is where we need to also learn additional ways of selecting. You see, because we do not want to touch the inline unless we really, really want to do so. Do you get it? We touch the inline when we really, 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 really want to do so. But now that we have reached external style, this is our default move. Everything is going to be external. This is what professionals do most of the time. We good? All right. Now, do something similar. And then when you have done, you have finished doing your thing, we would look at CSS box model. Just do something similar quickly. Something of your choice. I'm also freestyle. So practice it for 5 minutes, and then we will get back to what we need to get back. So I'm going to change the game a little bit. I'm also going to start. So I have my piece. So you could have my body. I have background color. I want it to be maybe black, but not black. No, I think I wanted this. The save. I want margin. So I want the width to be, let's say, 800 pixels. I want the margin very okay, or maybe okay. Okay, then now I come to the paragraphs. All my paragraphs and maybe learn to maybe background color font be not run this down. Are you okay? Okay. Yeah, so I just did now. You see, you could do anything. I just want you to see that you can do what? Anything. You see, you are looking at my phone. So, for a paragraph. Remember that linking up the style sheet is this. This is what does the script. You create a style sheet and then are we good? Thanks. Alpha. You can't tell. Remember around that now. Or I should give you time. Maybe Nelson, Alpha. You sure? Tomorrow is God willing, tomorrow is Javascript. So tonight you need to go over these. Pardon me. On the yeah, you can click on it. You can click on it, it takes you to it. I could even add it, and then I can say 300 it. Then I can say floats, and I'll say that. Then I can say and then I can say we good. Roxanne is doing things. Roxanne is doing things. Online, Roxanne, this is Roxanne. This is Roxanne. This is Roxanne. He's doing things. Roxanne. Roxanne is doing things. He's doing things. Yeah. Okay, so let me share with you. You see, I've done something funny. Something really, really funny. You don't need to do this. I'm just stretching things. Say things. Today I'm going to give you an assignment in CSS because our time is running and we need to be up. Yes, this is my external field. No, this links to the main, this one. Are we good? Are we good? The next. Guys, let me ask you. Have you learned something in this senior programmer? Eight, 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 eight. So, brethren, where are we? Rahim, are you confused? Prince, how far? The developer in you is born. Hudson, now you're a programmer. Now you're a programmer. Listen, the programming skills have stopped up here. Sorry. Let's close. Let's close. Guys, on the more serious note, please go to the web page we are talking about, this very page. Hello, guys. Today, go there. Even whilst you are on your phone, whilst you're in the car going home, you can just visit it. It's mobile responsive. And you can just go through it. It helps you to learn. There's a lot I'm intentionally leaving out for you to go and check in there. You all see, when I get home, I'm also very tired. But then I'll sit there to compose this note. So I'm hoping that you also go there and do what? Just read. Are you with me? Yeah. So don't think it's built for free for just it lying around. You can see that everything I'm teaching you is here. Let me see. Program one. So, guys, what is the feeling now? Listen. So this one is around affected before we go, I'm going to show you a little bit of ideas of how we are. Then you should now take that with the rules that are provided. You guys know how I've gone with that, so everything on you, and you are not using it. So go read. Anyway, yeah, so you are going to build your own website, your own portfolio website. Okay, your own portfolio website. So please prepare. You say what? Oh, that one. So let me give that assignment. You will see. Oh. We will look at that. But yeah, I'm waiting for you guys. Oh, me today didn't take me pictures. Don't come pictures. It's a man. Oh, thanks for now. Let's know. We are the camera now. I know you can pictures. Yeah. So maybe I have some new class. Okay. Become. Okay, more of that. How do I? Okay, more of that. Okay. It can be. All right, so brothers, there is a long way to go with here. Tonight, I know you all have some businesses, wives, side chicks, hot girls. You have some work to do. But tonight, I beg you, perfect it for a moment and make sure that you overcome CSS tonight. Try as much as possible to learn as much you can from tonight till tomorrow morning. Because tomorrow I'm jumping into Java. JavaScript is a well. Say it's a well. In fact, it's a universe on its own. That is programming proper. That one, it will shock you that we might not even be talking about HTML. But we're going to look at variables, look at functions, look at so many things. I mean, that's my last time we were here. Yeah, we had only 2 students when we were doing the JavaScript. That was not even interesting. And they themselves, they know what they went through. It was a whole world. It was a whole world. Yeah, he has experienced JavaScript too in this class, and he can tell you what it is. So please, if you don't go over the work tonight, tomorrow if you say, CSS, no. Because JavaScript, when you descend into it, it's like you have now become a madman certified. So once you become a madman, you can't go back and say you don't want to be a madman anymore. Are you with me? So tomorrow, I'm not expecting excuse. I'm expecting that some of you, in fact, you should have gone over flex. You should have gone over what? Gray. Very, very, very important. The notes are there. The notes. So why won't you do it? If you are busy, if 1 hour, come back to the code and work on them. Because tomorrow no school feeding on HTML and CSS. Tomorrow is JavaScript. We good? We good? Okay. So let me touch on the box model. Now we know that CSS has a couple of things. CSS, we've talked about specification, we've talked about overriding, we've talked about what else? Inheritance. Now, there is one aspect of CSS that we've not really looked at. Hello? Can I get you guys to relax, sit down for me, because it's a new topic. And this part is crucial. It's what? It's what? It's what? It's crucial. You know the meaning of crucial? It's when a guy called Drew met Shia. They got married and they became crucial. Now, we are looking at CSS box model. Now, one thing about CSS or HTML, whatever element you put on the screen is a rectangle. Perfect. Put that in mind. Whatever, I said what? Whatever. You saw that if you put a block level element, it's a rectangle. Everything is a rectangle. So, by virtue of the shape of the rectangle, it's a box. Is what? Is what? Is what? Good. So each element that you put there is a box. And so the box consists of these 4 main things. Every box you put there. Say every box. Tell about every box. Every box consists of what? 4 main components or aspects. One, we have the internal content. See? There is also what? Border. This line is the border. Say border. Border. Don't bother me with the border. It is what? Border. You with me? You with me? First, we said every element is of what shape? Good. A rectangular shape, and we can call it a box. And every box has something in it, which is the content. It could be a text, it could be an image, it could be a link. They are all contents. It could even be a video. And in fact, HTML, we have HTML tags for video. Explore. You good? Now, then there is the, you see, each of the boxes have what we call a margin. It's a margin. Now, see, watch something. You, as you are seated by please observe in the camera. Yes, everybody in the house. That's the family. So now, if I look at it here, it isn't nice to move backward. Now you realize it's not God. So if you look at it, there's a space in the middle. Now, it's not to a small ground. You can divide that the ground. One is right? Are you agree? This is that. That is margin. Guess what? Margins are the spaces around the box. Space around what? Space around what? Then there is the fourth one. What? Padding. Say padding. Padding. Now the padding is the space around the content. It's the internal space around the content. So like right now you're wearing your t-shirt. There's a space in there. You see? Breathing space. The content is your body. The six part is the content, right? But then the space around internally is what? The pattern. And so all the boxes, we have the content having its own internal what? Pattern. External space is what? Margin. And then we have what? They are split separated by what? The body. Where? Exactly. So the boxes have four main aspects: margin, what? Padding, border, content. So technically, when we say a cut like this element has a width of 200 pixels, now this part is the reason why we are talking about. Because we need to look at it. When you say the weight is 200, you are thinking that the content that is 200. See, it could be, so let's remember, the 200 pixels could be this. From here, there's the internal content classes at the maybe 200. But when you look at it really, say really, inside the browser, you see that it has some additional, two pixels width has been added to a side. You see, because the browsers also add their own patterns and margins around the thing you set. And so because of that, there is the tendency for you to say you have 200 pixels, but actually it's going to be about 240 pixels. Because the margins are going to be added. So imagine that you set the width to, let me say width, 200 pixels, and then say margin, right? 20 pixels. Now, when you say margin left, margin right, it means that here and here have the same. So now, what is the total width for the object? That would be what? 240. Left. Left is what? 20. Here is 20. So 240. Now, imagine that we say that the border is also a border. It's 5 pixels. So here is 5 pixels. Here is 5 pixels. Here is 5 pixels. What is the width? And then here is what? 5. Here is 5. Giving us what? 10. 10 plus 240 gives us what? You see, so as you are adding the border, yeah, we're also expanding what? The width. Then now, suppose it looks like the pattern is too close to the border. I want to set some space around it. So you bring in a space of maybe 10 pixels each. Top here, so internal 10 pixels, internal 10 pixels, right? That is what pattern, isn't it? So then that means now the weight becomes what? 10 plus 10 giving us what? 20. 20 plus 5 plus 5 giving us what? 30 plus 20 plus 20 giving us what? 70. So actually now the weight becomes what? 200. So when you are there and you are wondering, but the thing they should all be stuck together, but why is it going down? It's because your calculation is not working right. That is the box model. That is behind the scenes stuff. That is something you need to understand how your elements are behaving on the screen. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Are we good? If you are good, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Great. Let's look at it quickly. We will come here. So I said that every element has a shape of what? Good. So now let me create this. I'm going to make this 1,000. And so remember that since they are all of the shape of a rectangle, they can all have a what? A width and a what? Good. So let's look at this. I could say this has a width of, let's say, 400 pixels. We good? Then I'm going to say a border of, let's say, 5 pixels. Now, you saw me writing all that thing. What it means is that if you say a border 5 pixels, this is the width of the border. So you can see, but so technically we could say, oh, you can say border width like this. But normally we put all of them together as a shorthand. Say shorthand. So the first value is what? The width. The next value is the style of the border. Is it a dotted border or it's a solid border or it's a dashed border? Do you understand? If you don't understand it, what I mean is that is the border dotted, is it dashed or is it a straight line? You get it? Good. And the last one will be the color of that border. So I have the color and I want the color to be yellow. Okay, now then I say margin. And now, when I margin, now observe something. There are shortcuts in writing this. I can say margin hyphen top. Are you with me? And then I can say the top is what? 20 pixels. Then I will say margin hyphen what? Bottom. Then that one will also be what? 20 pixels. Or I can change the value if I want to. Margin hyphen what? Right. Then margin hyphen what? Wait. But see, there's a problem. I'm not ending it with what? And see, that's why the red is appearing there. So you see semicolon what? Expected. Good. So right now with this, if we go back to our externals, you see what we have here. Are you seeing it? Good. So now we have this, we have this, we have that. Now if I right click on it and I go to it, okay? Now watch it here. If I select this, you see that we said that the width was what? 400 pixels, isn't it? But look at down here. What is the width down here? You see how it calculates it? Are you seeing it? Because you see down here, you realize that the left and right, I'm even surprised we are getting that anyway. But let's look at it. So we have this is 10, isn't it? So 10 plus 10, 5 plus 5 is 10. Gives us what? Or it should be 420. Is it not so? It should be 410. Good. Then there is some pattern in there. Have you seen it? And that pattern is giving us what? 10, 10 each, which is what? 20. So 20 plus, it gives us what? 430. We good? We good? We good? So always be mindful of the pattern and the border radius you are set. So that's why some will say, oh, I need to plan, design. So you design it with what, maybe Figma. There's a course that workshop that will be coming up. That is on product development, not me taking it, a different guy. He'll be working on using Figma to build the product. So please stay tuned on it will be released soon. So you realize that in this case, the border, right, is also playing a role in the wood. Are you with me? If I remove this pattern, and now you see, because when you remove the pattern, what do you see? That the text is very close to the edge, isn't it? But you see, the pattern makes things a bit beautiful, isn't it? So if now I right click on it, and let's go down. If you look at it, now I see it's 410. I see because I've removed what? The pattern. So the width of an element constitutes what? The pattern plus what? The border. The pattern plus what? The pattern plus what? We're good. We're good. Great. Now, this is all about the box model. Now, the next thing you should know is how do we do layout? Okay? So the layouting is in CSS Flex. That's a short way of going about stuff. And I have given you the names. It's going to be an assignment. Now, watch me as I do my own quickly. I said what? Quickly. Then you will take this code, go home, think through it, and start building your website with CSS and HTML. Make sense? Okay. So let's do. Ade. So I'm calling it portfolio. I'll make it index with HTML. Prince, I confused. Okay, right now, the thing is that that's it's also a way of you recognizing that you are learning the skill. After this, no one's going to take it from you. If you put yourself into it, are you getting it? You see, at the end, and yet, if you came here for just coffee, I would have met you on the road and I would have given it to you. Yeah, no, because of the apple. Once the beer do yeah. So let's look at it. I'm just gonna write, do my quickly, then I'll leave you, and then that will be what. So I'm calling it portfolio. Oh, sorry. Okay, ready? Ready. So there will be 7 HTML code I'm going to use. That is in semantic HTML. The note is inside there. It's there. I intentionally left it out so that you read. If you want to be a good developer, you must be a good reader. Whether you like English or not, read. 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 Be curious. Read. So I'm going to use header. Are you following? Then I have another one now. These are all semantic HTML. Then I have HTML. Yep. Oh, so Li, or if I like to confuse a lot of people and you want to do a show off, this UL Li, oh, sorry, A right like this, okay, and then times 5. And then you have something. You see, that's when you want to do a show off. That's why I'm telling you that you should learn. You should do what? And here we say we learn deeply. Like you should learn what? Deeply. So don't go and be sitting there, oh, let me just be on Snapchat and I will, you won't know. All right. You won't know. You must learn. Okay. All right. So UL, and then I'll have LI. Okay. And then so LI, I can have my href. Oh, sorry. Href. I can say home, right? And then in here, let me just do duplicate. If you want to do duplicate in VS Code, it is Alt Shift down arrow. You can duplicate as much as you want down. Duplicate. And then we'll have about. I'm not feeding you. I said do what? And tonight, right from this hour till tomorrow, when I meet you, I'll start asking you questions from the notes, especially in CSS. And so I said, we will see the time. All right. So about oh, this is a portfolio about me. So I'm saying about me. What else? Before contract with portfolio. All right, or maybe services I render, right? Then I'll have what? Portfolio, and then I can have what? Good. That's my header, right? Next thing, we go to section, and then this section. Now, there are two things I'd like you to look at more before you come to know ID and HTML. Please, this one, don't come here tomorrow without me. Don't come here. So tonight, this is what I want to see. On the group chat, as you see people struggling and putting the information there, asking questions, not there and just, you are there. If there were 1,000 girls in there by now, the things would be changed. Yeah. You would have put the numbers long time. Right? Because this one is a male group. So, yeah, so maybe let me put this there. Let me have another section. And then I'm going to put recent project just as it has it there. And then let me just put it this way. It's okay. Let me remove this image. Okay. Just something simple, right? Or to make things better. Once I get here, if you want more places you can get inspiration from, you can come to a place called Dribble. Say Dribble. 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 Yeah, Dribble. It's a triple B place. And you can search for maybe, let's say, simple portfolio site so that you can get some inspiration. Are you with me? Yeah, so here I can look at some of them that I want. Very, very, very simple. This looks a bit simple. If you are interested, so let's look at it. This guy, are you seeing it? So it has a big banner, has some. So let's work on the first side, right? Good. So I hope you are with me. Okay. So I'm going to work exactly as we see it there. So HTML portfolio. All right. So what do we see? Where is the image? We have this. The first header is a logo, a set of links, and what we call a CTA, a call to action. Call to action. CTA button. CTA means what? Call to action. All right. So sometimes I go to website and say get started. That is a call to action button. All right. Okay. So let's come here. And then now we work on the header. So header. The header has an H1. Remember we said priority. So the logo's name is brand. Right? And then we have, but remember we can make this a link. Are you with me? Good. So we could say A and then put H1 and then say this is the main thing. And so this is going to appear as a link. The H1 will appear as a link inside what? The anchor tag. Makes sense? Great. Don't worry. That's why we are CSS. Okay. Then we'll have our loop. So now, which will be for navigation, right? That is a semantic correct date for navigation. Maybe you have this. Okay. Then finally, we'll have our call to action, which is the button. I can make it also a link, right? And I can say download. We're good. We're good. But now, because I'm going to work on this link specifically, I'll give it something like an ID or a class. So you see, I'm already trying to indoctrinate you on the ID for the class. Then I'll put in here maybe CTA button. This one, you can name it whatever you want. Now, don't ask questions here. Observe. All right? And try to let your brain try to understand what is going on. I said, don't ask questions here. Just observe. Are you with me? Yeah, good. So next is that I'm going to create what? An external style sheet. And I'll call it, I can call it maybe style.css. Anything I want. Then in here, I have to link them. So I'll come to the head section and do link. Right? Dot slash what? Style.css. So I've linked them now. Now, what is the color of the stuff? The color is what? It's sort of purplish bluish. Is what? Purplish bluish. So we'll go back. And then I would say header. So I'm going to target the header. You with me? And then I'll say background color. Now, it is purplish blue. So let's see. I can use my stuff to locate it here, sort of. Okay, good. Great. I would like you to have a height. Okay, are you with me? So I can say height, and I will say the height is, let's say, 450 pixels. You with me? Now let's go and see how our website is looking like. Are you with me? Good. So, oh, we have not opened it up. So we need to open it. Let's go live. Yep. We are seeing things, aren't we? But I see that there is some border around. That means the browser, by default, comes with its own margins and patterns in the border. And that's not what we want, is it? So we need to change that. We need to override the browser style. Make sense? So we'll come here, go to the style, and what element do we have to target? Great, body. And now we can say margin, we put 0 there, meaning that we don't want any margin around it. And we also say, padding what? 0. Make sense? So, sorry. Okay. Then when we come back and refresh, well, we are seeing that the other side is gone. Now is the top. So let's check our header itself, whether the header is having any funny thing around it. Well, it isn't. So if it isn't, you don't know why. Maybe we can say margin So let's see whether that might be the trick for us. It shouldn't. So where are we getting? So this is where your inspect piece comes in. So you go and you inspect. Why is that bar white? Make sense? So I could come in here, check it. So let's look at it. You see, so it means that the HTML itself may be having something. The HTML itself. Are you seeing it? So let's come back. And then we also target what? The HTML. And then we say margin 0, padding 0. And let's look at it. Then still not working. What might be causing that? You just have to check. So let's see. Inside the body, we have a header. The header has a height. Okay. So where is this coming from? So let's it. Wondering, maybe something has been installed that is doing that for us. I don't know. Yeah. We need to check. Something is blocking it from. Pardon me. No. This one is different thing, but this, you see, there are some styles that have been injected in. Are you seeing it? And that might not be coming, it might be coming from the extension you are using. You see, it could become so someone has injected something, and that might be possible. We may not know. But we should be able to still override it. So in that case, to override this, I could just come here and say margin top. Then I would say now, it's not only positive values you can use. If you use the negative values, it will go the reverse. Make sense? So I can say minus maybe test result. Let's see if it does something. Maybe let's even do let's do something big and be sure that it does the change. So why is it not change? Yeah, you see that it's going up. Are you seeing it? But I mean now most of our stuff too is also going into it. So we probably may go with a 30 or 20 or something of that sort. So let's say, you see, it's coming down. So let's say 20. Yeah, so maybe 25 would help us. Are you seeing it? So it's not like you know everything. You also do some adjustment, and then okay, well, are you seeing it? But now stuff is, of course, looking this way. This is where flex comes in. At first, we would have been dealing with what? Maybe positional values. But these days, we use something called what? Flex. Now, you see, when we say you are flexible, what does it mean? Easy to bend. Yeah. You see, at this moment, it looks very rigid. Everything's moving, not moving. But when you say flex, then the items now become flexible. They now what they are arranged in a particular way. So how do we do that? We use something we call display. So first, let me close this. Let's come back here. And now this header, we are going to display, and then we'll give it what? Flex. Just by doing that alone, when we come in, all the children become what? Flex. They become what? Yeah, I don't like the way everything is going upwards like that. So let me go with my pen. And whatever space that later on we'll choose. I think the thing we have to solve. Let's remove it. Yeah, solve. So you see the flex would now change the thing from the vertical hierarchy to what? I hope, as I said, don't act, but let your mind be open. Try to also be taking what is happening, be reflecting on how this is working. A good attribute of a good developer is that it must work. And you must, so you don't say that, I didn't hear you, oh, yeah, no. I need to let it go. You get it? Because people are doing crazier stuff than what you are doing. So that means whatever you are starting to do now is something that people have even done over and over and over. Okay. So now that we have it this way, we want it to what? Spread across the screen. Is that okay? Like our UI that we have. So what would we do? Click back, go back, and then now there's something called justify. Say justify. Justify. Is this justified between? Am I right? Am I right? Justify content, and then we have. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Hold on. So we have justify center, but not center. If we use center, everything is going to be in the vertical axis. Let's look at it. You see it? It comes in the vertical axis, like that. When you use justify center. Then there is a property that we need in justify between. I'm trying to justify items. Let me see. Is it between? Let me be sure. If I'm wrong. No. I made it wrong. So let's go back to our notes. Where is our notes? Good. So CS flex is here, right? You see, you have display flex. The properties are here. Justify content. You have space between. That's what I am looking for. Are you with me? Good. I think the reason why I'm mixing them up is because I've been playing a lot with Tailwind, and Tailwind Monday, those that will be coming on Monday, you have Tailwind Premium. So what's something? So this will be the space between. Am I right? So justify content space between. Where is our portfolio? Are we right? Let me check it. Oh, it's content. Okay. So come here. Now what do you see? It's splitted. But now you see, at first to do this, it's going to be wall. Say wall. But right now, just with two lines, display flex, justify content, that is the content, and space between them. So it will automatically apportion the space between them. But now, what do we see? We see that at least we are getting the structure right, but the links are still vertical. We need to also let them. So what would you do? I'm asking you, what would you do? Simple. What would you do? How do we make the links horizontal? So, are you with me? So we'll come back again. And then what do we do? We can say now, we don't want to select any link, but that specifically. But that link must be within the header. Now watch here. You write header, and then we will say UL. Now, this type of selection is known as descendant selected. It's known as what? So meaning that if I'm targeting something specific within a child, you write the parent, space, and what? And the descendant. You see how it is? You see it? Very easy. And then I will open, then I'll say display, then I'll make it flat. We good? We good? Now let's look at it. Let's go. You see it? Now, flex. We flex the items horizontally. Making sense? Making sense? But you see, the color is not really helping us, isn't it? So we need to change it. Now, I'll come back here. Now, I want all the links. All the links. Now, pay attention here. All the links in the header to have a color of white. So what would I do? I'll say, I can come here and say header, right? And I'll say A. So meaning that all links inside the header or all links that are descendants. Now, when you see you are the descendant of your great grandfather, but it doesn't mean you are the direct descendant. Do you understand it? Hello? Make sense? So I'll say color white. Just by doing this, when we come back, you see that because all of them are links within the header, all of them will be white. And that will also mean that any further link I put in the body is not going to have white. Does it make sense? Do you understand it? Because it is not in the header. Guys, I told you, tonight is your learning night. Learn, your head won't destroy. Because, I mean, look at me, you've gone through a lot of crazy stuff in life before. CSS is not going to fail you. You get it? Good. So now we need to do something. We need to remove the dots, right? Which I can come here and I can say text. Let's list out. Yeah, good. Those are the writing proper CSS. So we'll say list out none, meaning that remove what? The dots. Then now because it is text, we can also say justify content and we can say what space between. So there are three things: either space around, space between, or space hidden. If I do this and I come back and I open, you see, you don't really see the space. But then we could say space between. And then, oops, they're not all seeing it. What's going on? Is that? No, I think that's it. But however it is, I can still manipulate it with something called a gap. And I can see 10. Okay, what's it? Okay, just a fact. Let's see. Oh, why is it not showing? Wait, it should be showing. Let's dispose of it. Go live again. So what do you have? Okay, well, where are we? Yeah, probably. Let's see if we should do that. Something will change. No, it wouldn't. So there's something going on. So I'm coming. We have our list style given us this, right? We want the justified content. We want the content itself to be basically. One thing is that we need element. Okay, fine, that's fine. But we need width. Let's see, a width of, let's say, we don't need width of 3. Let me try and see if we can have height of 300 pixels. I need to check something. Sometimes you see replace some. No, okay. Let's see. Yeah. So one thing is this, last time when I was teaching the flex in the class, that was one of the things I didn't learn, is that flex oftentimes go with what? The width. Are you getting it? So if you are struggling, you need to check whether you've given it a width. Are you with me? Good. So by awarding it a width, then it knows the amount of space you need to work with. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Good. So you realize that if I don't add the width here, and you come back, it doesn't know how it should evenly distribute the spacing. Am I making sense? Good. So when you are home and you're also working in English, always remember that the width is specified. And so I could say maybe 400 pixels, and then it will do the space between for us. Does it make sense? Good. Now I can come here and I can say header UL LI, and I don't want the link to have the underline, right? So we have text declaration, and then we have now. We are going. All right. Good. I hope tomorrow you are coming length. All right. So are we seeing it? We are seeing it, right? But you realize that they are not all aligned on the same edge, isn't it? So what do? We go back, come to this side, and we can see align icons. Enter. Is that? Oh yeah, but we shouldn't. Yeah, maybe let me see. So you realize that building website, not for the things started, is it? I haven't stopped using Tailwind. I've been using Tailwind for far too long. Yeah, yeah. So no. Oh, so it's supposed to be here rather. So align icons. Yep. So now everything is aligned, but we realize that now it's in the middle. And that's not what we want. So there are quite a lot of ways around it. We could build a rectangle around it, and then it could be so. But I don't want us to go that route. So all I would like us to do, let's remove this. Let's focus on building the structure first, and then we can come back and make the necessary change. So now, let's look at our portfolio image. We have this, right? We have this, and we have this. How do I get this whole, in fact, even the font? How do I get the font for it, right? What do I do? First, I'll go to a place called Google Fonts. Are you with me? Open it up, and then I would, maybe I'm looking for, well, there is Open Sans. I can click on it. Then, in looking at Open Sans, let's say you need a font. So if you need a font, it shows you where to put the code. Let me see. They used to have it here. So, get a font. So you see, at this section, watch it. They give you what? First, you need to get the link to that very font here. Are you watching? So all I will do is I'll copy it. Are you with me? Or if you like to, you can then come in here and use this. The style. You see, they are also using the style that we talked about. The internal style sheet. So if you like, you can go with this. Any of them that you want to go with is your own preference. So I could stick with this. Come here. Go to my index. Beneath it, or before my style sheet, I could attach it there. You see, so now I've linked up to Google Style Sheet. The font specifically known as what? Open Sans. Are you with me? Now, what I need is I want that style to be used across my entire website. So I'll come here, but before that, I'll go to this side. Then you see, it says that if I want a family, I can use this. So I can copy this guy. And then in the body section, I can say that all fonts must be like this. Are you seeing it? And so now, by what? By what means will this trickle to everybody? What big term are we talking about? Cascading. What else? Another term for the cascading will be what? Inheritance. So when we come here and we where's the folio? We should you see it. The font has changed. Are you seeing it? Because now it has downloaded the font. And we are also tapping into open sans and it would change everything. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Now, as we said, we don't want any. Yeah, so let's make this so that all other links within the header don't have an underline. That's what we want. Now you would realize that all other links don't have an underline. Are you observing it? Do you see it? Great, 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 great. Good. Now, what is next? The next thing is that we would like to make that button, and you see they are all at the edges, so we want them to get a bit in between. So first, I can come to the header and say pattern, and then I will say maybe 10 or 20 pixels. You see, now by doing that, if you go back, you realize that now there is some breathing room around it. You see it? Are you following? I hope you are not lost, right? Good. Now, I want to beautify the button at the edge, the orange button that we saw in that place. You remember that orange button? So what do we do? Now, I'll come here. Let's target it. So I could call it, and what name do you give to it? Class CTA button, right? So I'll come here. How do you target it? You will target it by doing dot. Say dot. CTA button. That is for classes. That's how we select classes. If it was an ID, we will use what? Ampersand, hashtag. So, like this. And then we say background color. And we say orange. Then I will say border rate. Then I can say 30 pixels. All right. Then I can say pattern. Then I will say maybe 10 pixels. That's all round. Are you with me? So now, if you come to this thing, you see what we are looking at? Yeah, but the way it is looking at it some funny way. Yeah. So what is going on? Let's check. We had our height to be this. First of all, let me put height off and let me look at how my page is gonna look like. Oops. Yeah. This is how our page will look like without the height, isn't it? And then let's look at our structure. Yeah. So let's look at okay, so maybe let's say for whatever purpose, and we don't need to have a height, but hey, is there a height given to any? No, there's no height. Let me look at it. This is it. This not in it. This is it. Let's see. CTA button. Let's say max height. Normally you don't need to give it a height, but let's see why it is so. But you see it, we built something, isn't it? Yeah, but the point is now you can see you are building a website. You see the reality of it. And if you like, you can come back here and say, oh, well, you know what? I want the align items to be centered. And then when you come back and you look at it, now they are all on the same line. You see how we are doing stuff. You see, and it looks really nice, isn't it? Oh, it looks nice. So if you want it, because we have been doing about it. But you can see that we are really building something here. Yep. Pardon me. Pardon me. Yeah. Yes, because the header is the only one who's giving the background color. It's not giving the background color to the bottom. It's to the header. If you look at it here, do you not see? Of course, you can. It's you, it's your design. But remember that we are working with a specific design. So we can say min height here, and then we can say the min height is 450 pixels. No, so maximum height is 450 pixels. So you wouldn't see it, but as you start populating it, once it hits 450 pixels, it can go further. You can also say min height. Then that means that it can keep going and growing and growing. But the minimum height it can give you is 450. Make sense? Yeah. Oh, yes, but you see, remember, where you apply the style is where it works. So if we were specific enough that we just want the header to have a purpose, then that's what it will be. Computers obey you. So what you tell them is what they will do. If we remove this background color from here and then we paste it below the body, then we'll get a different design. You see it? Now the design is very different. Now it means that from top to bottom, yeah, it's perfect. And there are websites too like that. So that's why when it comes to web development, your creativity comes in. It's not that, okay, this is what someone has done, so at all costs it must be like this. So you need to rather look at yourself and say, okay, I need to go to a drawing board, draft, design how the page should visually look to me, and then I'll start coding. You don't just, unless you already have you've quite experience building websites and you know how to go your way around it. But if you are really starting, sometimes you need some inspiration. So that's why I introduced you to what? The dribble. And so maybe our website might not look like this at the end of the day. But then we pick some one or two things that would be important to us. Make sense? So now at this point, I would say, okay, I just want I want it to be here, right? I now want, what have they written inside the image? Right? Yeah, so let's go back. There's what, hello, I'm James Smith, and UI UX designer. So how would we go about it? So now, always think about the box. So you can see that this can be like, that's what I'm saying, you are seeing. So you can be like, this whole part is one box, this is one box, so it's divided box. You get it? That's how you would like to see it. So you must be able to see the invisible. Yeah, you should always be looking at, so if right now you are looking at the graph, you could look at it in terms of boxes. This one box, this another box. So if I want to design that, I need to go now. Like all. So let's look at it. Just doing the header, then we go home. So I could say, well, this is hefty section. Maybe the whole header. I can have something like a day, right? And the day would have an ID, right? And that ID, I'm going to call it maybe, let's see, banner, right? And then here, I'm going to have an each one. And I'm going to call it hello. John Armstrong, right? Now, there is an inline tag I've not introduced you to, it is BR. That is what? Great. Good. So it's good. Yeah. I suppose that developer, maybe something like that, right? And then I can come down here and then add an image. Joseph, that's honestly. So please go for it. So then I can have an image of John Armstrong showing here. You see it? So what do I do? First off, I want to go to Unsplash. So I can go to Unsplash. look for an image, a free image, maybe profile picture, island. And then maybe I could go with this guy, right? Yeah, I like it, so I'll just download it. So let me download into the folder itself. HTML lessons, portfolio. I can create a folder called images for organization purposes, and then I'm going to drop it in. Are you with me? Good. If I want something more colorful, I can choose. Maybe someone will say, maybe we want for the want of a female, you could choose. If we want this guy, we could choose this more colorful. So these are parts where your creativity does what? It comes in. Do you understand it? So you don't say, oh, I've done it, it's not nice. No, you can improve your design. So I can add this. And let's take this, okay? Okay, so now let's go back. Now you see what is happening. Because we set the header as flex, now everything is flexing. Are you getting it? And that's not how we want it, even though it's also not bad. We could come here, and this is what I'm going to do. So first off, we have header. We could, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? So I could say, let me highlight these three things, right? Start it, put them in another page, and call it maybe class, right? And that class, I'm going to call it main head, right? And this one, I'm going to call it banner. So now when you go there, things would have changed a bit. You see, things have changed. But that's not how we want it. So now I could come here, and then we would say header dot, what's the name of that? It's main head, right? Now we want the flex direction. There's something called flex direction. We call it column, right? Let's look at it. Let's look if I've done any different things. Okay. Before I make the change. So you see, one thing you learn from here is that we are doing everything live. Not that we've done it before and we are doing it. So we will keep making what? The changes. Great. So what I could do is that looking at our code, we have what? The header. The header itself can be set to flex. And the direction of the flex, we don't want it this way, we want it what? This way. Right? Good. So if I come in here and I say that flex, and I say flex direction, and I say column, then that means that it's supposed to be in the column row. So if I come here and I check, you see that now it is in this way. Making sense? Making sense? Good. Now what we want is that since we've achieved it, we want both sides, all of them, to spread across. Makes sense? So let's tackle the brand side. So we come here, header, UL. Now we have dot main. So let's come here, dot main head, and we want the display to be set to flex. And just by doing that, if we come here, you see that that one is flex now. Are you seeing it? Good. Then what do we want? We want the justify content space between, right? We want align items center, and we can go back and check it. You can see that we are making progress, right? So now it's the bottom that we are worried of. And also we want it to hit at the edges, isn't it? So we need to check what is causing that. Let's go to the header again. And let's look at it. So we don't need this. So this must go up. Are you seeing it? This must also go up. Let's see. And let's come back. See it? See, we are making progress, serious progress. Are you not seeing it? Good. So now our focus is supposed to be on the banner. Is that not so? And the banner, we said we want two boxes, one here and one there. So if we set it flex, we can also set it on that 5 between and then they will flex. So the flex is what is that? By this is your working. Everything you are doing is moving this direction. See, the moment you set a display of the children to flex, what happens is that now they become like inline elements. Together. Because by default, all the things that we what? Block level. But when we apply HTML, we apply the inline, they break them, and now they start floating by themselves. They become inline. That's what it can do. You understand? So now we want the image to be broken. We want it to come to its side. What do we do? Okay. Let's see. So now, what name do we call it? We call it what? Banner. And you see, this is an ID, not what? The class. Now, ID, the difference between the ID and the class is that ID can only be used once. You can't repeat it anywhere, but classes can be used multiple times. Key difference. Jot it down. So, ID can be used what? Once in an HTML document. Classes can be used multiple times. IDs are selected using the hashtag or pound sign. Classes are selected using what? Dots. Make sense? Good. So now let's tackle the ID banner. See how I'm selecting it. Fred, I hope you are not sleeping. The banner. Are you seeing it? Now what do I want? I want my banner to also be set to display flex. Now by doing that, if we come back here, you see that now the image is now close to it. Are you seeing it? Let's put in an image so that you see what is happening. So here, dot slash images slash, let's put this in there. Okay, so it's a dark image that is showing. I don't want the dark image. I want the white image. Okay. See how big it is? Really big. And if you don't want that, yesterday we said we can set some width. You see, good. So I could come here. If you like, you could say maybe width, and then you would say maybe 400 pixels, or 400 like this. You see? Are we seeing? Are we seeing? Are we seeing? Good. But yep. Beyond. Yeah. So I'll come to that shortly. You see, now because we are learning external styles, we might not like to be doing this. So rather, we can give it a class name, right? And we call it what? Maybe let's say developer, right? Or developer image. Then when we come here, we can say, so hashtag banner, or we can quickly go straight to dot developer image. Are you seeing that? Because it's a class, that's why we start with it. We can say width. The width is going to be maybe, let's say, 500 pixels. Okay? Like this. Are you with me? Then now, over here, we will say justify content. Are you with me? If we go back to look at it, you see what we are having? We are really building the site now. But then I want this guy to look bold, thick, and white. Are you with me? So what do? We'll target it. So everything is about targeting. And we know that that is an H1 inside the banner. Is that not so? So descendant what? Selected. So banner H1, and I can say font size 80 pixels, right? Or maybe 120 pixels. Then color, you see what we are doing. But now it goes, yeah, so maybe we could, either we can go to our header and say that the maximum height should be, let's say, 650, or we could say that it should rather be min height. And then when we come here, you see, now we are having something. But I don't like the way our image is looking at all. You see it? So first of all, sometimes you don't need to keep going back. You can also right click on it, right? Gauge. Then you can say, okay, well, I just want to make it 80 and see how it's going to look like. You see? Then now that can give you a feel of how the thing looks like. Makes sense? You see? Then now I can go back and apply it. So if I go to my name, I can say this is supposed to be, even maybe I can say 60. I want this to be 450. So maybe max it 450. And then now, you see, we are getting somewhere. You see, so you can fidget with it until it looks perfect for you. You can say, okay, maybe this one, I want it 80, I want this one 550, I want the banner to also have this, maybe like this. Keep going, and that is it. We have built a site, at least a landing page. We call them landing pages. Make sense? Make sense? You see, we can really do it. It's about hard work. You staying with it, especially when it becomes frustrating, stay with it. Don't say, oh, yeah, no. When you get a client that you are taking the money for, you see, you feel good. You feel like, so all these things would matter. You see? So don't give up when things become hard. When they become hard, that's your testing piece. Whether you are really up for the game or not. But you can see that just with this, we've done something. You see, it looks quite professional enough. It looks quite professional enough. Someone would say, okay, for me, I don't want to do an image to be there. You see? And there are things you can do. You can say display, and I can put none without removing it from the HTML. And these are very interesting things you can do. So if you go back and check, okay, it's gone, isn't it? And now we have it. And I can set this guy to what? To the middle, so that it becomes a bold statement in the middle. So I can come here and say, okay, well, all I want is that I want this text to be centered. Yeah. Are you coming tomorrow? Yeah, good. So I think we can end here. Yeah, but it's not centered. So let's come to the banner and say align item center. Yeah, it's still gonna give us some punishment. So basically, let me just take this guy. Oh, why is it not centered? Is that? It's supposed to be here. If I say text center, align center, justify center, okay? Yeah, good. Look at it. This is someone's website today. It can be yours. And I'm expecting to see this. Okay, we'll do it. Yeah. So finally, if I go back and I say I want to do what is down here, right? It says expertise service. Let's check it out. So I would go here, final one, maybe come down here and say section. Okay. And then it says what? I saw some statements. What was it? It's what? Expertise services and expertise service. Let's check. Is it what? Let's check it out. Okay, so we could come here and say, first of all, I could have an H5, right? Label services, like this. Okay? And then I can have an H3, and I can say expertise services. Let's check it out. Good. Then I can put in some paragraph, and I can say Lauren ABC. Good. Now all I'll do is to go back here and say that expertise, right? Okay. Flex. So flex direction column. And we come to what? Align item center, justify content is what? Center. That centers the stuff. You get it. So if we come back and check, you see it. We are building it, isn't it? I see the spaces are a bit big. So I could come here and say, okay, gap, maybe. Oh, why do I do? Okay. So oh, they are still there, but we could work on each of them. So at least now, let's come to this. So we have expertise. Do we have, is it expertise H what? The services is H5, right? So we could say color, and then all I need is the color of the banner. This one is very color. I'm encouraging you to guys go and create your website. Take that mantra. Don't relax. Don't relax. Tell a brother, don't relax. Don't relax. Good. So, and then maybe the font size, I want the font size to 10. Okay, I want the margin bottom. You see it, right? So I want the margin bottom to maybe less than 10. Now, when you go back and you take a look at it, see, we are building it, isn't it? We are really building it. Now, if you look at it, they have this one as very big. So I've got to make this one big. So we come here, say expertise, then that is H3, and I see font size, and I can say the font size should be 40. If I come back, open it up, you're seeing it, but it's too big. It doesn't make it nice. So I can make this maybe 28. Good. That's not bad, is it? Now I want this guy to also be quite close to it. Margin, bottom, minus, simple. You see, right? We could even say, and then we can come here and say, hashtag export. Okay. You can say let the width be maybe 400 pixels. Size, watch it. Font size. Font size is going to be 20 pixels. Now watch the color that I'm going to use. Now this time I'm not going to use the name. I said we also have color codes for the hex. Or so I can do CCC like this. You see that an alphanumeric of 6 letters, which comprises of A, B, C, S, and numbers 0, 0, 9. Any combination of between a 6 alphanumeric will give you a part. Makes sense? Makes sense? And so we start with that. Two breaks will give you a part. 9, 9, 9. That will also give you a part. You understand it, right? White. So in this case, if I come here and I do it, see what you are getting. I don't like the way it looks, right? So I would have to just change it a bit. Maybe make it a little bit darker, small. This is, so I can say name like this, right? Then I could say text align, enter. All right, maybe change this to maybe 14 or 12 or 16 with this. Now let's take a look at it. Okay, so no, I want it a bit closer. So instead of min width, I make the width maybe 520 or let's say yeah, 540. Good. Not bad, is it? Not bad at all. But seriously, we are building the site. You see, and you can make here, it's all about your style. This was CSS, so I can say font, you have something called font weight. And I can say font weight is 100. You see, that will make it very thin, not so bold, very thin. And I can say this is supposed to be important. And I probably want this to be 15. Okay. And this 80. And then when you go back and you look at it, see how it looks. Very, very, very nice. Are you looking at it? It's what we are learning. After this, I'm shipping this to GitHub, and you can go there and copy the code. But I want you, please, I'm begging you, but okay, what I'll do is I'll copy, yeah, I'll probably ship it to GitHub. But I really, 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 really want you to read what has for tonight, because don't let your learning be in vain. Are you getting my point? Don't say, oh, I came to sit here from 9 to 8 and I get, no. I'll do as much as I can do for you, but you need to really do more for yourself. Make sense? So now you've gotten here. And then we have, some of you will be thinking, so then how do I get these boxes to show? Isn't it? Quite simple. Because already you have the notion of boxes. You get it? You have the notion of what? Boxes. And I'm stretching your mind. I know I'm stretching your mind. I know I'm stretching your mind. Allow me to stretch the mind. You won't die. You get it? You won't die. So I could come down here, create another section. Okay. And then in that section, what I'm going to have is what? I can say a class called card. Okay. Yes. This card is going to have maybe an H4, and then maybe I'll say web development with a paragraph. Lowering 10. Are you with me? I'm going to repeat this 3 times. You with me? One is web, this one, the next is, so maybe one is AI development, the other is web development, the next one is going to be data analytics. We good. So I want this guy to be class of what? Class. And when I come here, I'll say dot class. Display. You good? Adam, you good? Should I continue? Great. Then I will say justify content, and I'll say space between. You good? line items, center. Now, first of all, let's check how the thing is looking like. So if we go back and we take a look at it, you see that already we are getting the 3 boxes, aren't we? Are you not seeing it? They are down there. But now the only thing is that we want to what? Bring them in the middle and then style them a little because they look nice. So in building your website, always think about structure versus design. We build a structure and then we add the aesthetics, the colors, then that's how you build it. Make sense? So I come here and then we have cards. So let's go to the cards. I want us to have some space. So padding around the entire section and the padding should be 20. So you also have to keep in mind that already we said that the header should have a padding of what? 20. So that they can align. Alignment is a very key thing to design. You get it? So by doing that, now if I come back and I check, you see that the space here is equivalent to the space at the top. So you are not designing like that, right? You also do portions. The reason why I'm moving up say Allah. Allah. Okay, so let's go back to the stuff. So maybe this time around, I don't even want it, I want it to be more closer. So what do I do? Hey, the online people, they've done well. Fine, they are still there. Charlie. Give us thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. So we can make this, maybe let's make this 8. Let's look at how it looks like. See, look at it. Is it not the professional site you've been seeing all this time? Is that not so? Yeah. Is it far away from you? It's about staying by the web. You hit it. You can sometimes say, okay, let me just take a walk. Let me call a friend. After that, come back again. Work. Sit down till it works. Sit down till it does work. Don't say, oh, I mean, in terms of magic, there is no magic anywhere. You have to work hard. You have to make up your mind. If you want to make this your career, you have to work hard. There is no shortcut. There is no Sakawa movement. It is about working hard. And give yourself a month. If you are very serious about this, every day you are coding, within a month, when you are working, you know, working and then you do like this. You like, me, I'm a vampire of coding. You see it? So you have to work hard. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Isaac Baswa. Great work, great work. We are happy that all of you are still with us at this moment. It means business. So let's look at it. Let's look at it. Now, we've done the cards. Now we want to target the card itself, each card, how it should look like. So you can see a card should look like this. So we want each card, right, should have a background color of hashtag maybe CCC, right? Then we want, yeah. The cards. Now the cards is for all of them. Good. Great. So if we come here and we take a look at what we have, you see that all of them are having, but we need to split, isn't it? So we'll come here and in the cards, we can say gap, and we can put gap 10 pixels. And when we come back and we do this, you see that we are splitting. Great. So maybe we want it a little bit, let's say 40 pixels. And one thing is that we want a pattern around each of the cards, and want a pattern of, let's say, 10 pixels. We want a border radius of, let's say, 10 or maybe 20 pixels. And so when we come here and we look at it, the guy is like he's in a church. Yeah, but do we get it? You see, it's not that difficult, right? Is it? No, guys, if you are learning something in terms of, it's not that difficult at all, at all, at all. It's about stick with it, stick with it. You see, even when I was doing it, there are times it's not working, but you are still with it. That's how, this is what developers are. It's not what they show in the movies. They say, no, it's not true. It's not true. It is, you are holding one page, this one, yeah. It's not about it. No. Actually, there on a lighter note, I was watching this Strike Back. Who has watched Strike Back? The series. And there is a tech lady in it. The tech lady was by the computer working. And I checked it. They goofed in the movie. The whole setup that was there, that the lady was typing on the internet, it was a video. It was a video that was playing. And so mistakenly, the video, the as the video, it just popped up. She was using Windows video player. So please, detoxify yourself from the movie mindset of, like, if you go and watch iRobot, that's not what is going on. We are sitting down with our mind. Sometimes you'll be sleeping and you wonder why the code is not working. It even lasts for 2 weeks and you don't know why it is not working. It is part of life. You get it? Good. So now we have this. But I think the way they look like pebbles. I don't like it that way. Maybe I'll make this 10. And I'll also say that I want you to have a little bit of height, right? So maybe main height, maybe let's say 250 pixels, right? I want this guy to be a little bit light. You see? So I come in there and now I'm doing some stuff, isn't it? Good. Now, what is happening is that they are also too big. The width are too big. So I want the maximum width, to be like 200 pixels. And let's look at it. Now they are two split apart, right? So let's work some magic around it. Maybe make it 300. So that they are a bit close, right? Great. Not bad. What next is that we want to do something. Say we want to do something. One thing about classes is that classes can be used multiple times. You can also have multiple classes within one line. So I'm going to create a class called purple, or I can call it unique card. But I like to use the word purple. Let's do special. And then special, all that is going to have the background color. And that background color is going to be our favorite background color here and here. Good. Now, what am I going to do? In one of the cards, as the AI, because I want to highlight that I'm an AI developer, I can say space and do what? That's all. Right? Now, let's look at what is going to happen. Boom. Realize that the middle one has now taken a color. You see what is happening? So we define a CSS, it's unique, but we want to apply it. But remember, the reason why we're able to override the gray color is because of what? Because of what? What CSS? No, not inline. Hey. Cascading, overriding. You see, because when you look at it, if you look at it here, it's overriding. Overriding. That's the key thing. This card has a background color of gray, isn't it? And now we are applying a second class which has a background. So this is going to be override. And so if we come here and we say color, see, then that means that now this guy is quite unique. Are you seeing it? And we are actually building our site. I think we should reduce the cart gap maybe to maybe 10. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. But then it's going to be like this. But at least we are closer, a little bit closer now. You see it. And now our site is not bad at all, is it? We could further increase the border padding to 20, so that they are quite in it. You see, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. We could say that okay, each card has a dot card. We have, is it H3 or H4? It's H4. So H4, we want the font size to be maybe, let's say, 20 pixels. And when you come here and you take a look at it, see, is this not sweet? See, and this can just be your site. There's a landing page. Now, my last thing, and I wash my hands and leave. My last thing, my last thing, my last thing, right? Now you see, when you open the website, let's have a footer section. Then I can show you the picture. Hey, you are here. So we have this footer, right? And with the footer, we could have, let's see whatever the AI decides. And I can come in here and put the footer. Then we can see, put everything there as it is. Okay. Let's go here. Now we have a footer. Are you seeing it? We have a footer. Are you seeing it? But now what I want is that when we click on services, it jumps to services. So that was the question we were asking yesterday. So how do we do that? We know how to link pages, but do we know how to link internal pages? Internally, various. So yeah, we're back. Okay, so watch it. So here, one is expertise and one. Pardon me. Pardon me. Is what? Yes. So we have expertise here, right, with an ID, and we also have services with the ID. So for us to make it a link, we use what? Found with the name inside the href. Make sense? And now when we come to our guy here, if I click on expertise, you see it jumps to expertise. And you realize that in your URL, you see # expertise. If we use services, it jumps straight to the services. You see it? And I'm sure you've seen some things like this online. And where later on, if you are to explore more of CSS, you can use animation. So when you click, instead of it just jumping, it will transition to that page. That's my take for you guys for today. Tomorrow, Let me see if I can push this to. I'm going to push everything. So initialize HTML, also web dev. So I'm going to publish it. HTML lessons. So please, I'm publishing everything online. All right. Go to GitHub. Yeah, I'm opening it in GitHub. So you should see this. When you get there, you can see all the things we did starting from the beginning. It's here. If don't forget to start. If you start, you will not be arrested. Start. Go to my profile. There's my profile. Yep. So it's GitHub /RA ampersand. So the double A ampersand. That's it. And please start. You see it there. Start. Some of the things you see here, like the phrase class, we worked on them. That was for the JavaScript. So please start. What we just posted is here. We just sent it online. So the portfolio, that's what you are working on. Please tomorrow, let me see your portfolio. Let me do what? Fabra. Kodahu, do TV. And we would meet Godwin tomorrow. Tomorrow, the way I have been seeing you guys, you are not coming with me, I know. But I'm praying tomorrow doesn't rain. So that you come here. So we stick with the 9. Good. So please invite as much as you can. Monday is premium. If you have not registered, kindly register. Go to Sky. Please go to Skyfusion.dev, this very site, and register. It starts in 2 days.
Starting 2 days.
Yeah. So next year you find the marketing post that you know. And that one, those who have registered, there is food. All those things,
So,
right? There's not
the
just
time for the food.
Yeah, and
Just know there's food.
yeah, you said
He's saying the time for Fridays, you know there's food.
no, it's good. With those that are registered, they will be asking you that they will put the menu there. You just have to make the order and then they will bring it.
Don't worry.
So please come and let's really have fun. Just go there, register, and if you sign in, so maybe let's say I'm signing you. Yeah, probably I can sign in.
Do you finish?
So if I sign in,
So that'll be all for the portfolio.
is that? Is someone else? Yeah, so now all I will do is go back there to a rule. It tells me to register now. I click on register.
So I'll go just
So you just click it, and then it will pop up for you to pay with Momo or with card. And that's it. All right. So please, but once you register like that, you get access to the dashboard. The dashboard, I'm still building it. We are not done. There's a lot that we are working on. So this 3-day bootcamp, those are registered. You see that you can see all the necessary details there. All right. Good. So please start.
Yes.
Follow me on GitHub. And Godwin, tomorrow is JavaScript day.
So is it gifts or gates?
GitHub. Yeah. So please tomorrow, please come prepared, eat food, come drink your Argentine cafe, and download the slides. Thank you very, very much. And see you.
Boys need to be here in this one.
So let me just join the gates.
Relaxing with it.
Yeah. Hey, Hassan, I can see you. Let's give it to you.
Obviously.
That's right. Yeah, so please share it on the group page, right? Share it on and let's also put it on there, what people have done today. Share it on your tag, Skyfusion. How many of you are on LinkedIn?
So no one.
Yeah, so create LinkedIn
Okay.
and then put it there, share on Skyfusion. Please share it.
Let's take a picture of you.
Yeah. So I'm going to show you kind of picture.
You see the
Yeah. It's been asking how this one plays.
So more particular person will come with the same, but today check I looking for you.
Yeah, so we can see that. Okay, so Skyfusion picture of the view. Yeah. Factual transfer. Now, so you can follow us. When you go, create your LinkedIn profile, create your GitHub profile, push your code there. On LinkedIn, tag Skyfusion, right? I came for this bootcamp, and this is what I'll be able to do. Yeah, please write it there.
Okay, so
That's also the little you can do for us. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Take water first.
And then check your
Take water first.
Yeah. Yeah, so when this start? So those online, we wish you all the best. Hope to see you, Isaac Basua
and
Roxy, and your girlfriends and everybody, please let them all come God willing tomorrow, because tomorrow is a great day. And see you guys and thank you. Have a lovely